Hello, hello. There we go. It helps if you turn on the microphone. So can you hear me now? You should be able to. And hold on, desktop audio should be from... I don't know why that's not... Oh, that's desktop, not desktop audio. Desktop audio settings, properties, Cintiq Pro. Okay, it's just Henry's not here, so we have no input. All right, so you can hear me, right? My week wasn't bad. I'm starting to get the oh my god stresses because I'm going to have to move in December. I think I might take December off in streaming. Maybe like the last week of December I'll catch, but it's just packing stresses me out so bad. I just every time I move, I lose something important. Oh, I'm not on the. Hold on. I'm not on the Discord channel, am I? Boom. See without. There we go. Juan, will you get into the voice channel so I can see if it works? Just to make sure. I'm a mess. Thank you, Netron. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm trying. I'm trying. Not having a babysitter, I'm kind of a mess. And now that I'm going into the world of packing again, I'm always a complete shit show when I'm packing. I'm a mess. So I might not stream during at least the first few weeks of December just so I can get moved and be there. Hey Rathion, how's it going, my friend? Was that you, Juan?
Yes, indeed. How are you, sir?
All right. Oh, listen to you, Mr. New Microphone.
I know, huh?
Pretty sexy. You got that deep voice.
Well, yeah, now I sound like Antonio Banderas.
I know, it's kind of hot. Are you wearing a shirt? Are you shirtless? Are you one of those shirtless swath Latin
Yes,
streamers?
all with Flavio and all the curls out.
Oh,
I'm
be
telling
still
you,
my
I'm
beating
telling you.
heart. Ooh. All right. Gotta love it. The weirdness abound.
I took note of your camera settings and stuff, and I'm gonna get my proper gear to start streaming more often.
Yeah, I've really wanted to. No, I know all about you and your weirdo armor eroticism, mister. um, yeah, I really want to start streaming on my own channel again here soon. I moved here and I knew it was going to be temporary, and I don't have, it's just hard. It's hard to figure out the time slots, and when you're sort of a mess, you know what I mean? It's just, I never, I'm sort of a creature of habit, so not having everything around me very, very stable, I turned into a mess. And I knew I was going to be moving. This was a temporary holdover. And then all of a sudden I decided I'm going to move back to LA, which is something I swore I would never do. So it's sort of yeah, it's been an interesting month or two in me
Oh,
trying to
well.
come to grips with moving back to. Can you all hear me? Sorry, this is really far away. I moved that. Is
Think
that
about
better?
it as a new experience.
Yeah, yeah. Well, luckily, you know, we're taking over 8,500 square foot of the ground floor of a building in the jewelry district.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we're going to build it out, and having clients like Little Nas X and people like that. It's like it's an opportunity I'd be an idiot not to take on. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty excited because at least now, some of my streams could become very interesting. You know, um, so that's exciting, and I think we're going to try to do sort of like at the ZBrush Summit where we had people just like the thing I took part of the streamer challenge but it was really just us sitting around and chatting.
Mm-hmm.
I know some really, like I did 2 days later on Wednesday, I streamed Monday at the summit, and then Wednesday at the Form Lab summit, we had a Form Labs ambassadors sort of thing. And I met a bunch of the other Form Lab ambassadors. And it's really interesting. Like, there are two guys that, well, there's a woman and two guys that really hit it off with. One woman is doing dental prosthetic stuff up in Canada. And then there's a woman in Birmingham who's doing prosthetic work. They're the people who develop the second thumb prosthetic.
Okay.
So you have like 6 fingers in your hand, and it's crazy. It works. It's pretty cool. And and then there was a guy who runs around. He's from Spain, and he runs around scanning. Well, he's using photogrammetry, or photogrammetry. And he's actually going to do a couple videos for the education platform on photogrammetry. Because, hi, Jason. Because, photogrammetry, like a good macro lens is much higher resolution than any scanner. And so you can actually do really, really high res photogrammetry scanning for cheap, for much more affordably than, a $20,000 scanner. And he's going to make a few videos for us on photogrammetry, and he's going to become part of the community. And I thought it'd be great to have, just like sit down chat and sculpt sessions with people like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll become some of our YouTube content.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I think that, and because of the connections with the Forum Lab ambassadorship and then other people in LA that I'm going to have access to, I think that whole sit around chatting and seeing what other people do with this stuff. Because, so many people do all this weird stuff with all these things, but when it hits a printer, it's the exact same thing. You know what I mean? It's always the same. I mean, once it hits that printer, we're all doing the same thing, And so I really want to, try to push some of that, and try to get not just where we're teaching and preaching, but just chats with people doing different stuff with all of this stuff, because it'll maybe make you think about how to do something different.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, did you saw the upcoming update for ZBrush where Paul is exploring the new FBX settings?
Yeah. No, that's exactly why I was
great.
super excited about it, because with that FBX import, I guess it imports the scan and the photo. So you have photos that are auto-aligned with the model, And so that's why I wanted to get someone who really knows a lot about photogrammetry, and I'm giving him a membership for him to make videos for us. And so it'll be really fascinating to see what he does and what he brings to the community, It's pretty exciting. Yeah, Wrath,
Wow.
I bought... Yeah, it hurts. This is like, what, a $1,300, $1,400 lens, and it's the Sony 2.890 macro. Oh, the XC lens. This is considered like one of the best piece of glass you can buy as far as macro lenses go. It's like considered like one of the best 5 lenses made. It's on the Epic Lens list. Oh, thanks. I'm so stoked. I haven't had any time to do anything with it, but I'm going to do it. Damn it! I took some macro photos over the holiday, or when it was winter and I was still at the farm, and it's all this like little moss with these little weird sprout trumpets, and oh, it's super cool.
Oh, and then if you miss the background, you're gonna get this beautiful effect.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
bokeh.
exactly. And now that I know that if I take 20 pictures, I can turn that into a model. Holy Hannah.
Yes.
And Mark was saying that I guess one of the best photogrammetry programs was just purchased by Unreal Engine, capture reality or reality capture, something like that. And I guess Unreal Engine just purchased them, and that is the foundation for they're going to start using that with all of the Unreal Engine stuff. You know, I guess Unreal Engine is going to take over the world here soon. Eric's like, that's going to be it's the best rendering engine in the world. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating. It's quite exciting, honestly. You know, and I've been doing a lot of research, and I don't know if any of you have heard of the Vario virtual reality helmets or
No.
headpieces or whatever they're called.
No.
So Vario is a company out of the Netherlands, and they've made a real eye resolution headset. And what's cool about this thing is that it's also augmented reality, so it has cameras in the front of it. And so Vario XR3. All right. So let me show you this. So this is the headset. And I mean, it's not cheap. And actually, you can't buy it as a person. Only a company can purchase them right now. And see, their cameras out the front. So it's augmented and virtual reality. But the thing is at eye resolution. And so you're getting true eye resolution in augmented and virtual reality. And the other thing they've done is they've built the software for, it has LiDAR in the front of it, right? So it knows your positioning. And what's cool is you
like
can
my
walk.
Xbox.
Yeah. And so what's crazy about it is that you can walk around your room and it scans it. And just by you looking around, you're creating the virtual environment for the metaverse experience, I guess. And so they have actually developed their own metaverse software or hub or whatever you want to call it. And I guess they have one of the best metaverse samples or whatever out there. This thing is pure sex. It's like, I mean, there's like a 2-year subscription to their metaverse thing, but I think it's like $8,000. It's not cheap. But this thing's eye tracking accuracy is so tight that it's the first virtual set where you can get your helicopter's license from virtual reality, where it's so tight that it'll track your eye tracking so they can see what gauges you're looking at, and if you're reading the gauges, and if you're going through it's pretty crazy. Hey, sort it. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And they let me see if they have this. So it's all Unity. It's all based in Unity. But they're I'm trying. It's a different thing. A Reality Cloud, this thing. So this is their metaverse or the augmented reality internet, whatever it is. And so it's really tight. They really, so like, see, this is him walking around the studio. And what's crazy is, see this screen interaction? You can actually, me as a viewer can interact with his dimensional asset. So this is live, right? This is a metaverse meeting. And so he walked around the room and scanned the room, and then he has this stuff tied to other things. So if you click on the pictures, it instantly goes to that. And they have design meetings where you can, like, yeah, and this one where you can change. This is all slick, but they actually have an actual version of this where you come in and you can change the architecture in the space because they walked around the space, right? The person walked around in this space, scanned it live, and then they have wall alteration things and stuff like that. So they're So you can come in, change the walls, and change. You can move the furniture and stuff. And so you have all the elements you can come in, move around. But this is in a scanned environment from just walking around it. It's ridiculously cool. And so one of the things that my friend who I did the earring company with, her husband has started or went to work for a company called Mythical Games. And Mythical Games is pretty cool because it's sort of like a Little Big Planet looking thing, except all of the skins of the like the little characters, they're sort of like dunnies. They have all kinds of different skins, and those skins are NFTs. So as you invest in the skins of your characters, they're NFTs. So one, it can't be stolen. It's blockchain. Well, anything can be stolen, but if you're not sloppy with your secondhand authentication, it's much harder to steal. And so the skins are now NFTs, and they're on the market, and they can become a different value, right? It's not just you buy a skin, but it's you buy a skin and it then becomes. I hear you saying boo NFTs, and I have to say this. There are two things about NFTs that are horrifying and then fantastic. So the problem with NFTs is the electronic use or the electricity use. But then if you look at the electricity use of YouTube, it makes NFT, electricity use look like, nothing. So I don't want to participate in something that's going to destroy the planet, right? There are problems with NFT. But if you go to proof of stake, I guess that's a dramatic difference as far as the electronic use or the electricity use. But this is the one thing that as an artist, I will say that I think NFTs are one of the greatest things in the universe. So if I sell something and, I then 10 years become famous and that thing that I sold you becomes worth a lot of value, you can sell something of mine now that I'm famous for, let's say, $500,000, and you bought it for $300. No, as long as that object is being sold, you at every transaction with NFTs, you get like a 5% cut. So if someone sells something for $1 million, you're getting money from every sell of that item. For an artist, but that's not NFTs. I mean, dude, artists get stolen. I get knocked off every day. Right? I mean, that's not an NFT issue. That's people suck. Because right now, why is most NFT art ugly? Because it's not artists. It's dingleberries who are in the Bitcoin world who have decided they're going to scan a picture of an anime character or an 8-bit Donkey Kong. And now that it's because art has not actually gotten into it yet. So because any ding dong can make a NFT, quote unquote, right? So, but for actual artists, it's an insanely powerful tool because you get paid every time that gets resold. That's awesome. There's nothing like that in the world. And for an artist, that's great. And eventually, art is going to come into it, and it's going to become a very viable form. Actually, NFTs are going to be how you buy cars in the future. Let's say you're on Craigslist, you list your sell, you send them the thing, and then you get an NFT for that sale, which then is accepted by DMV because it's a binding contract that can't be changed. That's where actual NFTs are going. Well, we're going to start trying to do it soon. When I go down I'm moving to LA mid-December, and one of my friends has been a Bitcoin, Digicoin, Dogecoin. He's been in cryptocurrency for decades, and we're going to try to figure it out. Because one of the things we want to do is tie the NFT to the physical object. So let's say I sell you a piece of jewelry and you get, it has an NFT tied to it, and we can actually physically tie it. And it's part of the contract. If someone buys that NFT, you send them that physical object. So now the NFT is tied to a physical object, and you can't sell the NFT without the physical object. And there are a few ways that you can bind it, either through RFD. Yeah, exactly. Kalango's on top of it. I mean, every fashion company in the world's on top of it now. And now there's this whole technology where you can buy, there's software that you can take a selfie and you can buy a Burberry coat and it'll apply the Burberry coat to your selfie. So this is a new technology. And I think Burberry spent something like $750,000 on this one program where they're selling these Burberry coats. And everyone's doing it. And I mean, if you think about culture as it is right now, where we have, it's a selfie culture, right? Everyone's taking pictures of themselves and that's how they're interacting with their culture. Nike's doing it, everyone's doing it, where you are now applying these digital assets to yourself in these selfies. And, literally 5 years from now, we're going to start to see true Ready Player One virtual reality interaction without a question. I mean, we're 5 to 10 years from that's awesome. Make digital assets for cats. You're right. We really need to. And the thing about NFTs is that in all reality, I mean, like right now it's sloppy because it's new. What is it? 3 years old. You're going to see NFTs being used as legal documents and like proof of sales and things like that, because once it's on the blockchain, of course, everything can be hacked, everything can be ripped off, but it's a hell of a lot harder when you have two-stage authenticity and blockchain, right? So it's going to fall into that sales thing, I think. And I'll tell you yeah, exactly. No, there's all kinds of, so here, I'm not really advertising. I just want to show you this. This is the first real, God, what's it called? Mythical games. So this company, let's go here, Mythical Games. So they have a game. Do they show pictures of it? Of course not. Now, what's really interesting, if you'll see, where is it? It's in here somewhere. They're actually programming on Unity for the Vario platform. Is it here? I read it somewhere. Nah, they're more talking about the... Okay, here, let's just go to Marketplace. This will give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So they have regular drops, and so these are the characters in the game that you can play. And then so you buy a skin, and it shows you where they're minted. And so some of these are boxed, but what's kind of cool, hold on, let's see if we can find one. So all these are boxed. What's kind of cool about this? Come on. So they're still in beta. Oh, wait. Was that one? Yeah, here. So see how this says level 1, what is it? Wrecker, right? So the person has actually played this. And so people who are playing the game can play these characters up. So you can actually buy a character that's a higher level. Because I've seen some of these level 3. And so, I think you bought it for like $15. And now you can buy a character that's been played, who has higher levels and has skills unlocked, and you can buy it for whatever the market value is, right? And you can see that it got bought at $48, and now they want $128 for it. So this is an actually very interesting usage of NFTs as trackable assets, you know. So I think that this is really showing as a way that NFTs are going to be used in the future, because a friend of mine played Dota for years and years and years and had literally tens of thousands of dollars worth of skins, and skins that he bought, skins that you can't buy, you know, da 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 da. And but he got hacked and all of that's stolen, and they refused to give him his money back, or, you know, reimburse him or go and get those skins. And so with the blockchain, you can't do that. Well, at least not as easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. Well, these all look the same. This is all based on sort of that dunny sort of character. I mean, yeah, they're all a dunny base, because you got to think, you can't program too much. You're really changing a skin, right? Because if you have an active game, right, they just like dunnies, bunnies, and I can't remember what the other one is. You know, it's like 4 shapes that all these famous artists paint, and you can see that they've got some of them in that. I think there are 4 or 5 body shapes, and then there are all these assets like hands, gloves. But you have to think the model has to fit in something that's easily used within the program, or you know, you can't have everyone changing the physical shape of the model and still have a running game that's easily programmed. So they have the, you know, the bodies, and you just have people paint them. They have a hat and it's different skins, right? Like they did a Day of Dead Mouse. So someone came in and has like the little Dead Mouse VIP, Dead Mouse shoes, Dead Mouse rings, Dead Mouse head. But, you know, if we go down, I'm sure we can find the same form function, just different painting. But I think this is a fascinating usage of NFTs. Because one, it provides security for the skins in the game. And 2, you know, if you are playing these games, let me tell you, Miko, that's what I'm actually working on. We're trying to develop a digital library. You know, but let's say you're playing this game, and let's say you haven't played it in 4 years, and all of a sudden you come back and your skins are worth thousands of dollars because it's actually an active NFT market. So in some ways you're investing in an NFT. There's just a reason for it, right? It's like you're just buying stock, but instead of a piece of paper, it's attached to a digital asset, to a game. So I think that in context, this is really fascinating usage. And this is the first time it's been done. This company, I think it's funny, this is all beta, and I think they said that their valuation, it's got to be here on the front page. Verify integrated secondary. I think they said when their valuation for when they go public is something like $1.2 billion, because of the NFT integration stuff. This is a groundbreaking company as far as its usage of NFTs, and then how they're dealing with a gaming world. You know, it's fascinating. And I think that, you know, as much as I hate to say it in some ways, you know, embracing NFTs, especially for artists, is really, I think at some point it's going to be an absolutely fantastic usage for artists. I think it's going to be a very good equalizer for artists. But, you know, it's only 3 years old, really. So, I mean, of course it's wacky, and it's, you know, the wild, wild west, and the people who are making money off of it is complete ding-dongery. You know, I'm not saying it's a quality market yet. I'm just saying it's active, and there's a lot going on. And it's fascinating. I think there's some real, as long as it's not such excessive energy use that we are literally going to burn the planet down in 3 weeks. I think that we'd be fools to ignore it, because in a lot of ways it's very, very fair to artists, and there's nothing that's very, very fair to artists.
Yeah, Charles has been telling me to get into that.
Yeah, and we're trying to figure out how to do it where there is value added, where we are tying those NFTs by contract or some sort of mechanical mechanism, tying them to a physical object.
Oh, I
Right.
was about to ask you something along the lines. Forgive my ignorance. Can a ring be casted with a specific QR code that is linked to your NFT?
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, you can literally just print the
Or engrave it?
QR code in the bottom. And at the end of the day, honestly, it doesn't have to have anything on it. You, by contract, say that you will pass on the object. I mean, that is part of the sale. If you buy a piece of art, you put it up for auction, right? So, part of the contract of purchasing that object is that you will pass it along with the NFT, right? So the NFTs are tied to physical objects is something we're kind of exploring. And we're trying to sort of explore it in some ways where the physical object becomes the second stage authentication. So you can't even authenticate the NFT without the physical object, whether that's done by RFID or if it's QR. There are a number of technologies we're looking at. But like,
Like you embed the key into the piece of jewelry?
yeah. Hold on. Where is my? So this is my Ubico. And this is second stage authentication. So either you can plug it in, see it's USB, or it's RFID. So, like if my phone is asking for my second stage authentication, I just tap it, and it registers this as they have one that's a USB-C as well, but this is the RFID one. So I can plug this into my computer, or I can tap my cell phone, and this is my second stage authentication. So what we're trying to do is figure out how to get the RFID second stage authentication embedded into the object. And one of the guys we've been working with, he actually has the patent for RFID inside a metal object, which is really weird. RFID doesn't work well with metal, and he has a system that it's actually working. So one of the things we're trying to work on is how to get RFIDs to be the secondary authentication. So if you do have this NFT and you do have the object, they don't work if they're not together. And so that way, if you plan to sell the NFT, you're going to have to pass along that physical object. And no one's doing that yet. And that's something that we're trying to work on. Because NFTs are the future. Sorry, guys. It's going to be the way that we bind contracts in the future. It's just tied to blockchain. It becomes a much better security thing. And I think that there's, and especially with all the digital fashion and tying that digital fashion to selfies and things like that, because what we're trying to kind of work on, there are some digital gallery where you take a piece of paper that has a QR code on it, and then when you look through your VR helmet, you sort of see the little model, but it's garbage. I don't think there's one that has any value. Hold on, let's see if we can. VR. Yeah, you get stuff like this. And I mean, the models are crap, right? These are poo because you have to have this piece of paper, right? That's garbage because none of this is none of this is eye quality, right? You can see how it's the thing. And for the true VR, these are all the cell phone ones. For the true VR, like there are these QR codes. Hold on, let's see. VR jewelry, virtual showroom. Come on, where's my mouse?
Now, can you imagine that VR device combined with ZBrush?
No, that's what I'm imagining every day right now. That's now there's no at this point there's no way to integrate it as far as sculpting. Okay, virtual showroom. So let's see if they have right. So you have stuff like this, but because the VR doesn't do augmented reality, most that's what's cool about the Vario helmets is that they're VR and augmented reality. So you can look through it, see yourself in the mirror, and then see the stuff on you. And what I'm thinking is that if we can print sort of a flesh tone or a pale gray resin, that becomes the, like, you say, hey, I'm really interested in your stuff. I'm like, all right, send us $25 and we'll send you the base model kit. And so there'd be a cuff, a ring, maybe earrings, a necklace, and all of them are tied to the thing. So that becomes the replacement tag. So if I have a model, it knows that that's where it is. And so it overlays it on that. That's the overlay, And instead of it just being some cheap piece of paper with a QR code, it becomes something that has some weight and volume. So you can actually feel it on your finger. And once you feel it on your finger and you're looking at it, you have that subconscious concept that you're wearing it. And so I want to try to develop it where we make some cheap resin kits that can be the tags. And then you sign into the virtual gallery, you wear the tag, you look at it, and right now, VR is really for wealthy people. You know what I mean? It's not but it will be soon an everyday thing. 5 or 10 years, VR, anyone who's buying anything of value will have a VR helmet, I think. I figure 10 years, And if I'm not trying to do it now, then I'll be playing catch up for the rest of the ever, All right, well, that was my rant. Everyone's like, Tomas, we actually have stuff that we want to look at. Why are you still talking? I get it. Sorry, guys. But I really do think that, well, I'm sort of betting on it. You know what I mean? We're about to discuss it with programmers, Unity programmers, and, all kinds of stuff. So if there's a Unity programmer out there that wants to be, we're working on it. I don't have a Unity programmer yet, but I have a line. Oh, NFT rigs are coming without a question. And so one of the things we're thinking about is, just doing, because like in all of my rings, I have these weird insides. Like for all of my skull rings, I have like an entire series of the tarot trumps, and those are on the inside of the ring. And if you're trying to buy those rings, that can be expensive at $500 a piece, But if you love them, right, you can buy the ring and then, collect the NFTs. And the NFT then in turn is something that is now open market. And, 10 years or poo, it's like, aren't we glad Henry's not here to yell at me? In 6 months, that could be, worth $10,000, depending on how the market works. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hey, I'm going to take a photo of something and sell it to you on the stock market. They'll be like, what?
Well, it's interesting what you're saying about the added value when you have something that is heavier.
Yeah.
As a piece of jewelry, because that apparently that was part of the marketing for Beats Dr. Dre headphones.
Yeah. No, without a doubt.
So apparently, yeah, like the technology is nothing new. It's just like mass produced,
Yeah,
super low
no, it's
cost.
not spectacular stuff,
Yeah,
but
but they
they
added
they
extra weight
didn't.
and they make.
Yeah, they didn't produce them hollow. They produced them more solid, so they had weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big Kalango bike fan too. I had a King of the Mountain. I just rereading the Kalango road bikes. I had a King of the Mountain Kalango bike for a while. So the pink or the white with the pink dots. I used to be a climber. I was a big climber. I got a Kalango King of the Mountain during a race.
Mm.
All right, imagine, yeah. All right, so who's first? This is first, right? I have a O1. Sin's first. I guess I don't know if that was interesting. Anyone can ask me questions. I'm more than willing to share my opinion on anything. All right, what do we got here? We have creature guy, I think. Okay, so the first thing I would, well, I mean, okay. If you want it to look like molten lava, doing the pooling is good. If you want it to look like fabric, the pooling doesn't necessarily cut it. So that's purely an intentional thing. I'm not quite sure what your intention is. The other thing I would probably think about doing is you have the crack here. I would tie that to the opening of one of these things just so it isn't just this random opening. Sort of tie it to that. So now that seems like, the skirt's attached to this and then that is an opening instead of just having the random opening out here. You can also tie it to the middle, but it seems to want to come this way. Even if it's something like that, that's cool because it's tied to this waist piece. So make sure that you're tying those openings to something. Your leg anatomy is looking okay. You're not getting, so this bone actually crosses over in the other direction. It's sort of coming from here and going to here. Why does that's subtracting? That's weird. Look at that. It's subtracting, and now I'm holding Alt, and it's subtracting. It's very clay tubes. Oh, that's subtracting. Subtracting. Go to another real quick. Subtracting. Clay tubes. Subtracting. Well, that's going to be problematic. Okay. Now, I don't have answers for that. For that? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me quick save this. And we're going to reboot because something weird's going on. Could you please show me how to change the background color of your window? Of course I can. Let me reboot real quick though. Nope, I do not want to save that. You can go away. Start ZBrush. Man, I haven't used my Space Mouse really since I moved, so I've been like 3 months not using it.
Oh.
Oh my god, trying to get used to using it again. It takes time. I'm like,
Yeah, I cannot live without it now.
oh, I know. No, it's one of the greatest things ever. Let's see. Man, I had a wonderful dinner tonight. One of my business associate friends was like, hey, we haven't talked in a long time, and we need to reestablish. And we went to this Japanese restaurant that's local, and all we did was eat and drink sake for about 4.5 hours.
Oh, you're speaking my language.
Oh, Now I'm like all full. I'm like warm. I'm like,
Food coma.
I am. I'm like, oh, like, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. All right, play two. Good. All right. I don't know what happened the last time, but it got weird. So now let's go back to boop. There we go. Okay. Now for who was it? Background color. So if you go to document and you see right here, back, border, range, center, I don't like the tapering. I want a solid background color. So I just take all these to 0, take this to 1, and you just grab this color back, right? And you can come over here and, all right, I say that, then it doesn't work. Document, back, and see how it says pick, and now I'm picking this color, red, gray. You just drag it around until you find a color you like. Orange. And so if you really want a specific color, get this to the color you want, and you can just drag it around, find the color you want. I just go to this color and boom. And now there it is. Did that, I use the Enterprise. It is awesome. And especially when you get all your keys, you don't need your keyboard anymore. You just use it. And you go, but sadly, I don't have the I used to have this little side table, and I don't have the under the table little plate holder thing. I don't know where it went. I lost it in my move. Once again, move stressed me out because of this. So it's sort of in an awkward place, so I haven't really been using it after my move, and now I'm suffering for it greatly. And for some reason, my key, I think I need to upgrade the software because, so that's front, and that should switch to back, and it's not doing it. And see, that's like right, and then it should go to left, but my second buttons don't seem to be working. So I think I just need to reset everything. Is that no, that's telling me my heart's about to explode. Okay. What's that?
No, go ahead. I was about to ask you the question from the stream.
Oh, I was gonna say my black. Well, I don't like black because black's such high contrast that you actually can lose the edge. With the dark blue, there is still tonal value there, right? So if something is black, you can still see black on it, and it's easy on the eye. Hey, Shane, there you are. Hello. Sorry, we've been chitty chatting about all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, this is just a dark blue that I pulled and created. Like, I also like this kind of gray blue. See how this is a deeper purple and there's a gray blue. I'll use both of these colors. So once again, let's just go over it again. Go to background, hit it till you get pick and drag it. And now you can see that's a lighter blue. But I like dark blue as opposed to black. Oh yeah, no, you made it in time. We've been yibber yabbering about NFTs and stuff. And I just started. So the one thing that you did miss was I said this piece right here, you had this opening just kind of sticking off in the middle of the leg. I would tie it to this so it at least appears like it's attached to this waistline. And then that split, you can decide where you want it to sit, whether it's tied to, let's say, the point there, and then this is tied to something up here or whatever. But this opening, have it associate with the waist instead of just being a pointy thing out. Your leg muscle, I reboot it because everything was synced. Remember that this bone crosses this way. Right, so just make sure that your bone and your muscle are kind of going, because this muscle crosses over here, and this is what you see when you see that shape there. It's not really, because the bone kind of does that, and then this crosses over it, right? Let's go to Lightbox tool. Ryan's thing has a good skeleton. Frame. Right, you see here what's happening. So this bone, Alt. Come on. Oh, because the others are muscle. Okay, hold on. Let's. This will be there. So you can see the bone. So it goes in and it rocks. It is the inside ankle. And then, but it's the muscle. It's this muscle. Why are you not? It's weird. There it goes. Control. Okay. It's this muscle that makes it look like there's a curve on the front of the leg, you know, because the bone goes down, but these muscles go over the bone. And you see how it's coming from this side, crossing over the bone and going to the outside of the ankle. And that is what is giving you. Let's turn the line off. Turn that off. This shape here. So make sure that this shape is doing that. That's the only big anatomy issue, I think. I mean, you know, this stuff's pretty good. Obviously, this is fantasy anatomy, so it doesn't matter. I mean, as far as the reality of it, you know, these are plates and stuff. So I do like that your armpit is actually, hold on, let's turn on. Where's Thawthord? There it is. Sword soft, whatever. I always get that wrong. Can't imagine why. Enable control bar. Like this. Oh. I do like that your bicep is actually coming up in here. That's good. That's what it should be doing. Your simplified back muscles are good. You may want to just knock that edge off a little, just so it's not quite so flat, because this is coming up under here, and right, you know, that's to imply that depth. And then there's actually like that weird lump, a group of muscles like right here. Whoa. Sort of, they're like 3 weird little groovers in there. But you want that to feel like it's diving under these muscles instead of just being flat. This is nice. And I know it's stylized, you know, so that's fine. I would say, see how this is coming down straight and then it kind of bulges out like that? I'm going to divide this a couple more. Have a little tension on this. You know, this is attaching up here, and then there's tension in that muscle, right? It kind of spreads at the end and then spreads at the end. So instead of it just being straight, make sure there's a little tension on it. I think that will help you. Hola. I think that'll help it some. Just where it doesn't feel like it's just, you know, this almost feels sloppy, right? You kind of have here, then it goes, where if you get that, and then you're sort of getting, right, there's some tension in that muscle, and I think that'll help you some. Of course, please submit. The link is there in the title, zbru.sh/TSW. Yeah, in fact, we were talking about NFTs for an hour, so yeah, we haven't accomplished anything. So yeah, feel free. I think make some of these transitions at least a little more. Hands are looking fine. You know, the face, I mean, it was low res, so I don't think you've started to do any detail sculpting on it, but, you know, I'm assuming you will get to doing some detail in the face. I mean, just in the sense of, you know, kind of sharpening these up a little. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just crisping things up a touch. No, so I think really that that muscle right there is the only thing that I think you're really missing down there as far as anatomy goes. And then, like I said, the pulling on it makes it feel like it's sort of lava, droopy. It doesn't make it feel fabricy. It makes it feel droopy. Um, and so, if you want it to be droopy, oh yeah, no, I read a lot of fantasy sci-fi. No, it's good. It's fine. Um, I find fantasy sci-fi easy. I listen to books on tape like 24 hours a day because I'm OCD and I get into loop reasoning. And so I listen to a lot of fantasy and sci-fi. Well, good sci-fi is futurism, you know. And then you know, so I think that people like Ian M. Banks and people like that are really defining what the future is, you know. I have some young friends and I made them watch Blade Runner. They had never seen Blade Runner. I was just like, oh my God. And, you know, Blade Runner was made in 82, 83, something like that. I mean, there were no cell phones, there was no internet. And if you look at Blade Runner, I mean, it might as well be Cyberpunk, you know, the game Cyberpunk. And, you know, those Cyberpunk writers from 75 to the, well, let's face it, to the early 90s, they really defined the terms and how we visualize the internet. And so I think that sci-fi defines the future because if you know, let's flip phones. Why would you have ever invented a flip phone as opposed to a phone that doesn't have a moving part, right? Well, flip phones came first because they were inspired by Star Trek. And there's a really good film called, is it The Physics of Star Trek or something like that? And it's all the scientists who were inspired by Star Trek who have now created cell phones, all these other things. And you see that sci-fi defines how we think about the future. And that's why I honestly believe we're heading towards a Ready Player One Matrix world as opposed to Utopia. Because what's the last utopian sci-fi film you've ever seen? Yeah, not many. In fact, I can't think of one. You know, I mean, everything we do is dystopian. Yeah, no, I have serious OCD, loop reasoning, and listening to books on tape 24 hours a day is the only way I live because my subconscious locks on the linear narrative. And so I don't sit there and spin and spin. But was it utopian? I mean, is Back to the Future really utopian? I mean, Yes, I am not saying that I disagree with the aesthetics. I'm just saying that that is not utopia. um, all right, so I'm sorry, Jen. Back to you. I'm not sure exactly what you wanted to do the skirt. Um, and if you do want it to look sort of lava drippy, I would think about, so I use SK cloth because it has gravity, but I would think about using something with gravity. I'm going to change the gravity on this, and I'm going to bring this so it's pointing, see how now it's pointing straight down? I'm going to rock it up so it's sort of pointing away and down, and then I'm going to kick the gravity up really high so you can see. And so now, so like for these things, as I'm doing this, let's turn this up a little. Do you see how it has the droops in it? And that's coming down and out because that's the direction I've set it. This is only 83,000. Hold on, let's divide this up a little. Instead of tugging these where you're going below, see how this is now below the surface of this? If you want it to actually feel like it's draping, you can see how using a brush with gravity can give you that droopy feeling if that's what you're heading for, right? And I think that does it better than just tugging. Now you can tug to find your points, and this is kicked up very high. This isn't being very subtle. But if you want that sort of layer cakey, droopy icing feeling, that's a very easy way to do it. And then you can also come back in with SK Clay Fill and come in behind these, and it'll sort of just fill it up so it's not such a bleak transition there, you know. And I don't know if this was the effect you were trying to get with that pooling, but you can see that now you have sort of nice droopy layers instead of just tugged layers. Yeah. So I think that getting a brush that has some good gravity on it will help you a great deal. Play with your gravity if this is what you're shooting for. Come on, gravity, why are you not moving around now? Oh, gravity string 0, that's why. It's clay fill. No, we don't want gravity on clay fill. SK cloth. Change the direction. You can see it's sort of pointing up, and then as I drag it down, you can see that point coming out to faces. There. And now, see how it's pointing up? So if you're trying for that lava feeling, I would play with a brush with lazy mouse and gravity attached to it. And that'll give you a little bit more of that gloopy sort of layering you can truly get with that. I haven't seen the Foundation series yet. I love the books. Supposedly it's good. I haven't heard it. Me and my copious free time, I haven't had time to even pretend to play with and watch. Those are going up, and now I'm just pointing it straight out to us, and you can see how it's in the center, and they point down, and now you can see that it's pointing down. So I would play with gravity. Yeah, they were going to fund the Ian Banks's civil culture series, which I would have killed to see. It's one of my favorite books, Ian and Banks Culture. He's an incredible writer and a very brilliant futurist as far as I'm concerned. He's dead now, sadly. Yeah. So play with a brush with gravity. Check out your lower leg anatomy a little. Eventually you're going to crisp this stuff up. Your anatomy stuff, is good. I would just say, stop, don't make it that flat. Have it come in and tuck under. Your hands are okay. Yeah. Any questions with that? Well, it's nigh impossible to make a book, a movie. You know, like I don't know if you've seen the latest Dune, but I think they did a great job with the aesthetics. It's beautiful, you know. And how do you pick that? Who knows? You know, it's hard. It's really hard to make something that, you know, the first movie is a long movie, like 2 hours, you know, is only 1/3 of the book, and they cut a ton out, you know. So doing books and movies is hard. Right on. All right. So number 2. Where'd you go? That's number 3. So number 2 is supposed to be Ashish. Are you here, Ashish? Am I pronouncing that right? I apologize if you didn't put your name on the model, so I don't know which one's yours. Oh, Ghost. Okay. Which model's yours?
The Sphinx.
Okay. Whoa, someone new. There we go. Okay, let's look at this. All right, turn off paint. Oh, is this embedded? Okay, good. Your wrapping's really nice. I would say in the future, like right now, this is lovely. But in the future, I would knock this edge off a little bit more, because in the real wrappings, the wrapping has a little bit more roundness to it than the flat ribbon. And these don't, because the thickness of the cross wrapping gives you sort of an oval feeling as opposed to a square and flat feeling. So I would knock this out a little so it's not so square. And I understand your shape is this, but you're going through a couple different wrappings at this point, because no one's wrapping the metal. Well, traditionally, no one's wrapping the metal, right? You have the thinner metal, you then have an oval wood, which you then attach the ray skin to, and then you wrap that. So no one is going to have that square a handle in a traditional sword. So I would make this a little bit more oval if you're trying for traditional look. If you are just wrapping the piece of metal, then yeah, that's what it looked like. I mean, it's lovely, and it really reads as wrapping. So, you know, the technique's nice. I just think that, you know, there's no traditional sword maker that's going to have this rectangle of a blade, because it changes where the friction is. It changes the friction to the finger and here as opposed to the palm. So you have to hold it harder to be able to have it, where, you know, the sword technique for this is very much, it's the friction of your hand closing. And that's why if you learn Aikido, it's not about gripping the sword, it's about allowing the sword to sit in. So just by folding over the oval, your friction is in the palm, not the knuckle, and it allows you to have your hand loose. So when you're doing a stroke, it can ride in the hand more, in the frictions on the palm. Can you please show how the topology works in the pants pocket? Nope. No, I'm totally kidding. We'll look at that in a sec. The shoes are lovely. I still think that in the shoelaces, I would have come through with either clay or inflate and just stroke through a little, just so they're not completely flat. Because the shoe, very rarely do you have flat shoelaces. You know, usually there's a little puff to them. And if you look there compared to this shoelace, compared to me just not very carefully throwing clay on top of this, you can feel that there's a little bit of thickness in that lace as opposed to it just being flat. Otherwise, the shoe's beautiful. It's nice. You may want to look into, you know, you sort of get it here. You know, if you're bending that acutely at the toe, you're probably going to get a wrinkle somewhere in there and somewhere in there. So, if it's leather, I mean, if it's some weird plastic, you may not. There may be that kind of flexibility in it. But because that toe is actually pretty dramatically curved up, I would look at a division wrinkle sort of there and there. Right, so it looks like that's actually bending. But the shoe model's beautiful. Actually, the pant model's lovely as well. I like your double seam. It's a nice seam. Is it a brush? No. What is it here? Oh, it's actually a part. That's nice. It makes that super clean. And I like your tight wrinkles, so it looks like it's a fitted jean. That's nice. Because it's fitted. Well, no, you got a little bagging there. All right, not bad. I think that maybe this wrinkle here has a little bit of droop in it, which I don't know that you'd necessarily get out of a fabric this tight. So you probably have like, that's inflate. What do we have here? I'm going to divide this one time. So I would imagine in something this tight, you know, you probably have that wrinkle, and then these are probably going to be slightly tighter wrinkles as opposed to being droopy. So maybe look up like stretch pants on the internet, and just, you know, you'll see people walking around in them. I think that this would probably be a little tighter. I don't know that you have so much room in the pant for that to be baggy there. Something to think about? Not sure. That looks okay. Chances are that that's going to be a little deeper right there, because the shape of a butt pattern. So in pants, the girth of your jeans or pants, in the front you usually have a shallow curve, and then that's the inner leg seam. But then in the back you have a much deeper pant pattern. So pants are flatter in the front, bigger in the back. Why? We have butts, right? So the seam is seamly. So just remember, and I know that these legs are close, and so it's not really a thing, but just make sure that it appears that that is, because the butt crack goes up and in, and that's what causes these wrinkles, right? These wrinkles are caused because the crotch is up your crotch, right? So because that seam is cut up and in, this transition, that's how these curves are formed, because that's actually going up. This is becoming baggy, and that's where these tension creases come from. So just look at this internal crotch seam, or your oh my god, here we go. It's not the groin, it's not a gusset, it's not girth. It starts with G. Can't think of what that seam's called right now. All right, let's look at your pockets. So how did he do the pockets? Let's look. Yeah, it's a different part. So he's literally doing it how they do it, right? This is just on top, stitch here and here, and the pocket sitting underneath. So yeah, he just created a pocket shape and then actually did it how pockets are done. And that is put a piece of fabric over it and Yeah, if you have like rivet jeans, they're there, and often there's a rivet there, and that prevents the pockets from pulling out. And so here again, if this is your crotch seam, there is literally a seam here. And so you would have a little bit more of a cut in there. Right, that is actually going into the crotch. You're not going, this isn't going to be a lazy seam. It's going to be like your crotch seam does that. It ties to your fly. So that's going to go down, back, up, and in. Right, it's not lazy. Hey, I've built both of them. So I have a little bit of insight about how they're done. But I really like your pants and I like your seaming. I think you did a great job. I mean, you really feel it. Now the top's actually pretty good. It's riding over the breast nicely and floating. And the coat's a nice low res, but you can see that you're seaming here, so that's okay. So I'm assuming this is like a turtleneck. It's kind of up and rolling over. The mask is cool. I like how the gold is raised. That's nice. Also, oh, you have it there. Okay. I was going to say, usually there's a piece there that holds it tense in the tuba. She might even be farther choked up on the handle, just because that's a lot of blade if you have it balanced in your hand. That hand, if you're holding it one-handed, you probably hold it closer to the tsuba. Because it seems that's a lot of metal to be just holding off roughly, where if you're holding it closer to there, you know, the tsuba is a little bit more center of the weight on a tachi. Yeah, it's a little short. Maybe it's an adachi. The pose is nice. Think about the hips, because the hips are really straight right now. But if she were stepping down, you can see right now how this hip is high, or at least that hip seems high. Right. So thing is if her weight's on this hip will actually be high. And you see how that's more of a contrapposto position. So I think you may want to drop this hip because the weight is on this hip, thus it would be higher. This is a relaxed leg. This shoulder's dropping, so that's nice with the contrapposto, right? I think that your hips are just too straight or even going the wrong way. So think about your hip placement. I mean, I'm just going to do, let's just do a quick grab and move of the pant. And then quick grab, move of the hip. And this is just a visual of the pant, not necessarily changing the hip. But if you raise that hip, it feels like she's putting weight on that leg. That's my own. So and I'm doing this very sloppily, obviously, but if you have that angle in the leg and the pant, you're implying weight is being bared on that straight leg. Sure. Because I think you got a pretty good contrapposto position there, except your hip straight. So look at the hip. Think about the wrapping. Think about having her choke up on the sword a little just so it's balanced. Like if you're holding it easily in one hand, you want to be close to the center of balance. Make sure your seams are actually going through and they're not lazy. The pose is nice. Look at this. Like I said, do a Google search on stretch pants and look at that. I mean, your lower legs are very long compared to your upper legs, but it's fantasy stuff. That's not uncommon. That's a very anime answer to making things longer. So that's now part of regular vocabulary. That's not an issue. Look at bending that foot. And right now that hand is sort of, see if you can get this hand a little bit more relaxed by maybe, right now it's sort of cocked, so there's some tension in the hand. It's sort of doing this. So see if you can get it to feel like it's more relaxed, because right now you have it more like this as opposed to like this. I can't show it to you because I have my arm bent, but that's a relaxed hand. This hand has tension. And you can see that this angle makes it feel like there's tension in that hand. So you may want to go here and rock this down a little bit more just so you're missing this angle here. Right, you can see how by pointing in that direction it has tension, where if you have a relaxed hand, fingers, right, where here, because you have that hitch in it, you have to actually flex in here to get that hitch to happen. So relax this hand a little. I mean, the mask is cool and fun. You know, I'm seeing the anatomy is good. So, yeah. Hip. Look at your wrinkles. Wrinkle on the shoe. Relax this hand. Choke the sword up. So it's more center of balance since she's holding it with one hand. Yeah, I mean, like, all this is good contrapposto, right? You just have your hips straight. Think about your wrapping being a little more oval. But like I said, if it's just wrapping the steel, that makes sense. Yeah. Looking good. Any questions? Are you there? Have I missed you? The logo on the shoe?
There is a question. Can you please show us how to, oh, sorry, went up. Topology work in the pant pocket?
Didn't I just go through that? I think I showed you that.
Yeah.
I will go over it again. What's wrong with that? No, it looks great. I mean, maybe. I mean, the only thing I can say about it is maybe. And see, I don't know, is it behind this piece of leather or is it something that's stitched on the leather? If it's like a cloth tag and it's stretched on, you probably want that to sit, above the surface. Or is it like the window cut out of the leather with a seam? You may want to, everybody calm down. Get it to where it's sitting sort of above the surface so it looks like it's on the surface. But no, it looks good. you know. Hey, Yoni, good night. Sleep well. But no, all in all, I think that looks great. I don't, no problems with that at all. Oh yeah, inflate your your shoelaces a little, and make sure they look a little bit more like this than this, because it's not coming through smooth, right? It's locking in here, and then it's pinching and going under. So it's not a smooth transition like that. And then back to the pants. He did it exactly how pants are created. He built the interior pocket. He then built the exterior pant pattern, and he just laid it on top of it. Right, so there's your waistline. And so he did it exactly how you build pants. You have the exterior, and then you have the interior sheet. Yeah. Of course. All right, kind and gentle folk, give me a second. I need to use the restroom. Sorry, I was at dinner drinking sake, so it's time to pee. Be right back. Juan,
Yes, hello.
tap dance, entertainment. No, I'll be right back.
How was your class, Henry?
It was good. We hand carved jet.
Okay, okay. So what you gonna be working on now? Or what's the
Well,
assignment for next week?
I'm gonna not hand carve jet, is what I'm gonna do. I am going to do some tests and figure out how I can put this stone in my CNC machine and let technology carve my jet for me.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I wish we had that bas relief button in ZBrush now,
I
because it's
know.
exactly what I need.
When is the release? Well, there is a stream coming on Wednesday, isn't it? I don't know if that will be
Maybe.
the release.
I'm gonna doubt it. I think it's gonna be a bit longer.
Hmm.
That's just my guess, though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna guess this might actually be 2022. So
Hmm.
it'll be mid-December, maybe. And again, anyone listening to me saying this, I know I'm on the Pixologic channel, but I don't work for them. This is pure speculation. No idea.
Yeah, a lot of people are eager to try the new bas relief.
Oh man, it's gonna be so good. What you
Yeah,
working on?
I'm still working on the skull ring. It's coming along. I think I'm almost done. I'm gonna bring it for the class critique on Wednesday. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think that project is almost done. Finally, I got my oh yeah, you saw it. My huge 3D printer.
Yeah,
I open it, I unbox it, and I'm trying to make a funny video.
nice.
I'm looking
So,
forward to it.
oh, thanks. 4 or 5 minutes video, and let's see from there.
I'm looking forward to sending you models and having you print them.
Anytime.
I'm
Anytime.
looking forward to exploiting you.
That's fine.
All right. So, any questions? I think I covered the issues I'm thinking of there. Beautiful
You
model,
got it.
by the way. It's lovely. It's nice. I like it. All right. So, Leon was next.
Leon. Yep.
I have number 3 right here. Now, Leon, how did you get this color there? I'm very curious because I don't have any paint turned on. And you have this yellow here, and I'm very curious as how you've done that.
Now, either Eric, I think Eric showed us the other day how to remove this color that we think is not actually turned on,
Right,
and
it's
I've completely forgotten.
hold on, let's try this. Color, fill object. Nope. I have no idea. Whatever. Now what's interesting is that they're different on different sides. So you apply, I see, this is a bigger, a bigger object or a bigger pattern applied to the whole ring. I don't mind it not being symmetrical. That doesn't necessarily bother me in any way, shape, or form. And looking forward to the next release of ZBrush, because they showed you how within the brushstroke noise it becomes camera applicable, so you can brush it on differently and do cool things with it. But I will assume this is the pattern you want, and there you go. Now, I would say this. I would take something like Trim Dynamic or something in that vein. And is noise still turned on? Is noise turned on over here? It is.
Yeah, if you delete the noise, it'll get rid of the pattern entirely.
Okay, so noise, apply to mesh. There we go. And now maybe we can do color, fill object. There we go. Okay, so these corner, okay, obviously you can see the noise. I would just close holes. Oh, interesting. It did not like that at all. Is that a separate poly group? Oh, it's somehow you split that into parts. That's interesting. Maybe. No, hold on. Here we go. Is this? Does this have noise? Control W. That's solid. We're going to close holes. Ow. You have a weird open mesh here. I don't know where it's failing. Hold on, auto groups. That's fascinating. How did you separate the internals of this ring from that external shell?
I think it was the inside of the ring shank was a different poly group, and they
Split
Control
groups.
Shift clicked it. Yeah, they split it and then deleted. Because if you look at just the first subtool with the other two off, you'll see that the inside of the ring shank doesn't exist.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Fascinating.
Yeah, so they just skinned. So, I mean, this would be a good, just project this skin onto the shank that already exists.
Yeah, because you can see here, this is the internal
Yeah.
and the band. So, yeah, they split groups. This was, let's just merge this down real quick and look at it. Yeah. So that's what they did. You group split, and that broke the continuity of the ring. But with the new release, we're going to get the new knife tools, and then you can dynamesh this together and then just cut that hole out. Super easy. Do I have project on? That's interesting. It's stepping through the projections, but I don't have project on. Always fascinating. So soon with the new release, we'll have the circle cut, so you can just you should be pushing this button more often than this so you don't get these weird lumps, but that should do a lot of things. All right, so there we go. So now you have a solid material or a solid object again. Let's turn noise back on. You didn't want the face, so we're going to mask that off. Symmetry on. Nice thing about noise is you can mask it all. Backface masking is always important when you're doing something like that. Here, let's just get down on it. Get down on it. Well, that explains why that was a crappy edge. That's going to be close enough for me. All right. Apply. Apply to mesh. So now you have your pattern applied to your mesh. So let's start back where we were going to start with. I would take trim dynamic or something and knock this edge off because this is a sharp edge and it's going to hurt. And you're going to just completely knock your knuckles off. Or skin your knuckles off. So make sure to do that. I obviously didn't continue that over. Sorry, that was my messy masking. But I would come in here and these transitions, make them look intentional. So just run over this edge, run over that edge, run over that edge, and that edge. Making them truly look as if they are sitting on top of that surface. And I probably would make that as such, just so you're resolving that intersection. Okay. Oop. Okay, sorry about that. I like these like little slit eyeballs. I think that I would probably SK cloth. I think I would have just a little bit turned up way high. I would have a little bit of weight here. So it feels like it's going in. So it feels like there's something pinching that surface onto that, right? So they're not just sitting there. Give it a little in. And, you know, these are just falling off. So there's not really an intersection there. So that's fine. But make it feel like it's at least going into the meat at some point. And the same with the teeth here. You just kind of drew lines. It's not symmetrical. See how that's just straight across? Teeth don't do that. Teeth. You know, teeth are really a cylinder. Slide, push that back and under, slide, push this back and under. Push those up and under. My poor neck. Push this whole thing back and under. Why are you acting like that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What did you show during your summit presentation about quickly grouping stuff in a folder using the pizza boxes on the gizmo?
Well, I showed you how to quickly group things together by using the pizza boxes. Are you asking how I did it?
Yeah, it was a way to organize your subtools. I have a different memory of what you showed, so maybe I'm thinking of something else.
You're the one who just refuses to admit that you can do this. We've been kvetching about it for months, but I will show you in a second. So I would at least try to get, you don't have the resolution here to get any good detail, but if you do try those, just use a cut in them, pinch them back together so they feel like they're sort of intersecting a little better. And then you can leave the crack in the center because that is a good separation. But have it go in and have it be cylindrical as opposed to just this flat thing not in the lips. Yeah, make sure that these edges are clean. I know I muffed your face up. I like it. I think it's humorous. It's nice. It's fun. Metal weight wise, you know, depending on you and your budgets, but you're probably going to want to, with something this thick, you're probably going to want to do something like that just to give it a hollow space, because that's a lot of metal in there. So you probably want to do something like that and make it a little more hollow. Or, I mean, some people like heavy, bulky rings. I have people who request my rings to have no hollow in it, so it has weight. So, yeah, I think that's the only thing I'd think about is making sure this transition's good. I want to see the eyeballs so it feels like they're actually going into the body at some point, not just sitting on top of it. And then make the mouth or the teeth cylindrical and not just flat. Reserve those edges. Think about hollowing it out. All right? Are you here?
I don't think so.
Okay. Other than that, looks great. Let me find something. Well, here. We'll just do it with stars. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Nope. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. So I have all these things in here. We're going to make this a cylinder. And we're going to make this a cylinder. So we have all these different things in our duplicate. All right. We have these two different things, and we're like, oh, you know what? I have all these unorganized models. I really need to organize my models. So I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to make this visible, this visible, this visible, this visible, and this visible. So those are my circles, right? So I'm going to come in here, turn on my pizza box, and now I have my pizza boxes on, and they are the things that are visible. I'm now going to come in and go new folder, and it is going to ask me, would you like to create a new folder containing these subtools? I say yes. And now you label your folder. We're going to call them balls. And now all those balls are in this folder. And now I'm going to come in, turn that off. I'm going to turn these on. I'm going to have my pizza boxes on. I'm going to go new folder. Yes, I do. We're going to call these stars. Boop. And now I have a folder of stars and I have a folder of balls. Bow, bow, boop. Dude, I got a lot of balls. Tons of them. Lots of them. They're all about this big, but I have a lot of them. All right. Did everyone catch that? Do we need me to redo it? No, that's super useful. And that's been there for a while now. It's super helpful because you could just go through and turn things visible, and you can quickly group things when you have just a cluster series of subtools. Because use your folders, guys. Use folders. It took us 13 years to get them to include folders. Use them. They're great. Okay, number 4. Who's next? Because
Rupam?
and see, I don't know. Can they give us the model? Because this one doesn't have a name.
Stag.
Oh, Stag. Oh, there we go. And thank you for the kind letter. No, you're awesome. It's really nice, actually. It's funny, the head, and I mean, you could have photo references. It just seems like the head and neck are very thick for the little thin legs, but that doesn't mean you're wrong in any way, shape, or form. Just to my eye, it seems a little. I can see your bumpiness in these. Is there a higher res on this, or is that what you got? Oh, it's all on one subtool. I can see your bumpy transition. Your ears are lovely. Eyes are great. Nose is great. You're really good anatomy in this. This detail anatomy stuff is really tight. It looks great. Neck muscles look good. So the only thing I'd say, it seems like these muscles are loose and thick. And this could be like extra weight, like fat. I'm not sure. Like on horses and stuff, these are very tight. There's not this droopiness. And like I said, you could have photo reference that are showing that. But the neck seems fat if it's supposed to be. I get it. And I just feel like, I mean, just looking at it, it feels like the legs are a little small compared to the head and neck. And maybe it's the body's a little small compared to the head and neck. Or maybe the head and neck are too big. Once again, you could have photo reference on this. I'm just pulling this out of my butt, if you know what I mean. Let's look at some reference here. Yeah, no, that's definitely fluff. Interesting. They carry a lot of weight in the front neck, don't they? It's a lot of fluff fur. Interesting. Nope, and the head and neck are huge. Okay. Ignore everything I just said. I guess I'm used to, what? Spring stags where they haven't eaten yet. All right, so I guess then what I'm seeing here is that this looks like muscle. And from those pictures, this is more of a fur tuft. So I would try to make this look a bit more like a tuft than that muscle. And I think that's going to be helpful in that definition. I don't have any of the hair brushes. And once again, you could show me a piece of reference that shows it looking like this. I'm just saying from those images, it looks like this weight isn't weight, it's hair. So you may want to try to sell that. Since I don't know the reference image you're using, I'm kind of guessing here. But in looking at these stags, right, it's looking a little bit more like hair than meat. Even here, right? Even there, it looks like it's like fat and fur. Even that's fur. It's like a mane of sorts. Unlike a horse, which that's just skin. And how you have it rendered right now, it sort of looks like skin. Where that looks like a pretty solid sort of meat and fur sack. Right. Those are pretty defined. It's funny, those big head jerks have some tiny little legs, don't they? Like my neck gets cold. Yeah, I'd say you're dead on. I think that you just need to, from your reference, figure out what the stuff is and then address it as such, as opposed to like, because right now you sort of had it skinned out like a horse, where it's that neck muscle and the right here. You see how this looks like it's muscle, where here it seems to be a little bit more filled out, and it seems to be fat and fur. So I would just figure out what this is, because everything else looks great. I mean, the details are nice. I mean, you're obviously understanding the anatomy. I just think that clarify what the throat is. I only use clay tubes. I'll use clay buildup when I'm really trying to move stuff out, when I'm like blocking up and stuff, or when I'm preparing for a projection, I'll use clay buildup. But everything I do is clay tubes. Like 85-90% of what I do is clay tubes. I just like the layering, right? I don't like the buildup. So if I'm trying to do something, I could come in, lay down my layer, and it's not building up. And then I can build the next layer, and it's not building up. And then I can build the next layer, and it's not building up. So when I say think in layers, this is what I'm talking about. Because these read reflectively much better than just surfaces that have lines cut through them. And build-up's just too dramatic. All right, when you're doing character spirit. Well, as long as you have your 7 or 8 subdivision levels, you can texture and then pose. So as long as you keep your subdivision levels, I don't think it matters much. I mean, you're always going to have to futz with a little. But if you're doing things symmetrically first, it makes sense to get it, almost done, like in the A pose or the T pose or the whatever this pose is, and then pose it. Because, once the problem is if this is a Dynamesh and you don't have your subdivision levels, you need to remesh, get your subdivision levels, and then you can pose without destroying your texture. Do you understand what I mean by that? Because I can quickly show you if you don't understand. Ooh. I'm yawning too early.
It's much too early for that.
Cool. Any other questions on this? It's lovely. I just think you need to, you know, figure out what that is, because I don't think it's this. I think it's more that. All right. We're looking for number 5. Number 5. Number 5
Jason
is
Burns,
should be this one.
Alien.
Yep. I like the little guy in there. I have a feeling he's about to eat it. All right. Yeah, stop that. Why are you yawning? You're making me yawn.
Oh, my bad.
I like the crab plates. Nice. Greatness. All right, these guys. Look at what you got. That's a nice shoulder pinch detail. I like that. Very nice. I like the wormy meat in the shell. Creatiness outside. I would say your slobber probably needs a little bit more tension. Right, this is looking pretty straight. Where this is probably... No, not BPR. Boop. Yeah. Man, that's bad news. See what sake will get you? I was taken out for a birthday dinner. And we ate a ton of Japanese food and sake.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I got drunk, but sake in general will get you tired. So the concept of these slobbery things are really based on straight lines that go out. So you have tension, right? Boom. And then you have tension. And then you have... Turn on Sculptris Pro. Is backface mask turned on? It's not. No. And so you have sort of the straight line of connection. And then you sort of have, it's like, okay, so now that is going to have another sort of straight line and then a tighter straight line. And so it's almost like these hitch break points. Right? And so it's not just, you know, in something like that, there are these tension points instead of just one straight thing. And if you really want to learn how to do slobber, watch Ashley. Ash is like the best slobber person in the community. She's awesome. So A squared is her streaming thing. But look at like Monster Drool or slobber, and you'll see it's a little bit more like, all right, there's a point connecting a point. Right, you're going, all right, so there's sort of connecting a point. Let's and then that, has little tendrils that are coming off and connecting to a different point, and that's having little tendrils that are coming off to a different point. And it's this constant sort of, it's not just one thing, I guess. And it's sort of this hitchy, sort of slobbery, sort of burp. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there's tension in it, and I think you're missing the tension there. Surface tension. Other than that, looks fun. I like it. It's interesting that it's walking on its knuckles. Right? Both of these are folded up. So if it's going to walk on its knuckles, it might have plates there or something. Something to consider. Because it would, I would think that it would walk on its hands. But, you know, if you put a plate or here, so it looks like there's a reason for it to be walking on the back side of its hand. Ah! Stop it. Why are you making me yawn? I blame you. I blame you. Yeah, I would, xenomorphically speaking, I want to know why it's walking on the backside of its hands. Because here it appears to be using the hand. And if you've developed a thumb, you know, just anatomically, if you're not going to use that thumb, I wonder why that thumb's there. I mean, it can be a hoof that then turns into a hook, but you have a thumb. Now I blame you. Yeah, just something to think about. Always want the anatomy, Yeah, I want anatomy to make sense. I want the anatomy to make sense. And so, I mean, you know, it can be that. But if you are walking on the outer part of your hand or your knuckles, I would assume there'd be some sort of plate or something there that would, you know, build up. Because evolutionarily speaking, if you're walking on the back of your hands, you're going to develop some sort of pad there, I would imagine. Is Juan going and getting oh. Juan, your test. You're supposed to be here. I don't want to hear anything about you furthering your education and bettering your life. Dance, Juan. And I mean, you know, it's shifting weight. It's a very kinetic pose. I like it. Yeah, that's the only thing I really have a question about is the backside of the paws. Or the backside of the, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Because see here, it's gripping. Right? So if it's gripping and pawing, I'm just confused. You're sending me mixed messages. Yes. Well, don't have good luck. Learn your crap. Don't depend on luck. Go learn stuff. But other than that, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's interesting. I think that maybe you might want to turn the head a little, only because you have these three very strong linears. And it's not giving me any return to the model. All these things are pointed here. So your eye kind of goes and dead ends right here. So I think that if you get the head turned a little more, you're getting that return back into the model. So I'd consider turning the head. I mean, unless there's an object here that everyone's focusing on. But if not, rotate that head so it's looking out. And then that way, as your eye follows the model, it returns out as opposed to just coming over here to this dead corner. Or put something here that is the focus of the piece. Did he just call me hun? Creeper.
Yeah, he calls everyone hun.
All right, sweetheart. It's all good. Boop. Oh, I have everything turned on. That's the problem. We're going to hide. I don't know what it is. But see how by turning the head even just a little, it brings the model back. So what, here, let's go back to here. I think that you'd probably have a more dynamic part if, and I'm going to do this with a heavy hand. If you get more curve in the pose, because see, now it feels like it's hit this, it's kind of grabbed onto it, and now it's changing direction. So get a little bit more of an S curve into this pose. Or not an S curve, but a C, right? Get it to where it's coming back out and addressing the viewer. See how that's more dynamic than it just sitting down and everyone's pointing at this corner. Bring it back out to us. Because even here, now you're not just looking at the top of its head, it's getting our eyes to go back out. And that makes sense that it's planting those 2 feet, so it's turning back out and around. And, you know, maybe you bring this arm, nope, you go back, this little thing kind of out. So it's sort of an aggressive turn, right? He's bringing that arm forward. Right, that's giving you a little bit of motion here in this hollow space below the neck. This one's tucking because it's turning in. This one's out and reaching because it's turning out to attack. Shift, not cap locks. See, that's why I'm always typing in cap locks. Does that make sense? Yeah, because you can see that, you know, you have these negative space. It's not just flat, you know, no matter where you are in the front here to render, that head is now addressing you. That's flat on. But now it's readdressing the front, right? So I think you're probably going to be happier with a pose that comes back out and readdresses the front as opposed to just, I mean, yeah, let's go back. See, all this is just straight and then the head sort, no, that's still post my move. Come on, go all the way back. See, because right now it's attacking, being aggressive at this spot right here. Right. Why is it so angry at that little mud puddle? It's not even at the mud puddle. It's actually looking at something out here, not even on the model. So I think that getting a little bit more curve in all of this. Okay, my AccuCurve, much better. Right, bringing that out. I know that's all mangled, but look at that negative space there. And if you bring that other claw arm out, you know, it's becoming this aggressive gesture where it's coming back around. Yep. Looks good though. I like it. Any questions? Bodies are not supposed to sound like. Cool. Okie dokie. So that was 5. Miko's 6. I like your numbering. Miko, you still here?
Hello.
Hello. I like the numbering system.
Silence.
Nah, they're super fun.
I made updates based on what you said
Mhm.
in recent streams.
Yeah, no, they're entertaining. It's really interesting that you lower the same side, right? High, low, high, 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 low, high, high. You tilt the faces in the same direction. Not that that's an issue, just interesting.
Lack of creativity.
No, that's not it. You may want to pull this side back and in a little and see how that actually pushes that smirk, that muscle right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of gives it that smirk. But that's come say, come saw. That's either way. You have good clarity in the hair and stuff. The fabric's nice and flat. The silhouettes don't look as aggressive on the side of the finger, so I bet those will wear fine. Plenty of thickness on your 2 crossbands. They look great. They're hysterical. I love them.
So now I can make another one.
Now you get to make another one. Call these done. Move on, yo.
I have a little question about the holes inside the rings that are made to reduce the amount of metal.
Right.
Do they look fine enough? I mean,
They look
from
great.
the
No,
point-
they're fine. They're completely
Okay.
fine. Yeah, you don't have to make them like anything fancy. That's more than enough. I'm just psychotic and anal and build cities inside of rings. So yeah, no, you're doing great.
Yeah, but I'm rather was concerned about the shape and
Nope,
that.
they look fine. They look fine. It's thick enough that it's not going to cut in. It's actually going to act as a band. You know, you have plenty of space here and you have plenty of space here. That's the most important part. Like if this were this thick, I'd say it's too thin. But that's going to, you know, that's plenty to act as a band. Nope, I'd say those will wear comfortably. They won't rock. You've lowered your profile on the sides here, so I don't think it'll be aggressive on the finger. Nope, I think they look good. I think you're ready to print them.
Yes, a little test print is the next step.
Yep, I like it. You go, Daddy-O.
Thank you very much.
I can't wait for you to start making these things. They're fun.
Yes, I also hope to start making them.
Right. Looking good. I approve. I love they're all wonky. They're just like, they're very expressive. They're fun.
Yeah, some crazy faces will be for other numbers also.
Yeah.
So.
And what I like, I mean, you know, you obviously sculpted them symmetrically and then futzed with them. And I just think you did a good job. I think they're, you know, you have a very unique style. And I think they stay within your style. And, but they're entertaining and compelling. You know, they're fun. I like them.
The secret of the unique style, just send all these things to create streams and make iterations.
Well, don't stop doing it.
For sure.
Awesome, my friend. Looks great. See, you pay attention.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, no, he did a great job with the turban. When the first version of it was pretty puffy, but by flattening them out and making them look like folds of fabric instead of pillows, it looks 100 times better. It's great. And it reads clearly. You know, everything here reads very clean and clear. Good stuff. So that was 6. So this is 7. Nate? Is Nate 7?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Is Nate here? I like his like sort of palm finger with the extra phallus thumb. It's great. That's a very... I'd like to see this bugger type, wouldn't you? Your anatomy's quite good. I like your skin. No, your anatomy's actually very tight. It's nice. I mean, for as abstract as you retained some real fundamental anatomical knowledge. Right here, the only thing I would say is make sure that this is, because this is sort of coming under these two muscles. Instead of that just looking like a tumor. Have some continuity there. So it at least feels like, you know, those muscles are crossing over and under one another. Just so it doesn't look like a lump So it looks like those muscles are interacting. Two more. Because all your anatomy here looks great. Like, see, you can really feel that these are going over and under. I just think you rounded that edge off. And I would say keep it more muscularly. So it, because here you can feel these are going under and over one another. I just think you rounded that edge off. I would say it looks like you just pulled that there. I'm going to grab slide and punch that up. Just make sure that pec is actually pointing at the bone up here. So it doesn't look like you just punched it in, but it looks like it's actually going up and under the armpit. And you have it great here. It just looks like you just grabbed, move, and kind of shoved that up and in. And your stuff looks very nice. Your anatomy's good, so don't get lazy. Make sure to stay with these as real transitions, not just, nope, turn that. Right. You want these to, once again, actually go over and under. Don't just make it a push, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, everything looks, I mean, those are nice and tight. I think once again here, this just has this S curve to it. Just make sure that it looks like the actual insertion and origin. And I only bring it up because you don't do it here, right? You know, this looks like it has its insertion and origin, so the tension of the muscle is straight through. And you can see here, this sort of curves. Find that it's straight through and then give it your, you know, the actual muscle shapes. Because you know them. It just looks like you sort of push that shoulder around some. It sort of flattens out at the top here. I would still give it that nudge there, because that's still muscle bulk, right? Give it a little bit of that there. So it feels like those are still functioning shoulders. The shell looks great. You may want to find some moments in the shell. I'm just going to divide this again real quick so I can find some moments in the shell, maybe on top here, where you're breaking this texture up just a little, maybe where it's like rubbing on the edges or something. Give the eye a little place to rest, because this texture is so consistent and it's all basically the same size. It just turns into chatter after a little bit. So come back in and give a handful of places for the eye to rest. And I know your shell, it's not symmetric. Just at it. So if that makes any sense. Because it looks great. It's just, it's such a regular noise pattern that you lose it after a little bit when it's just all chatter. And it makes sense that over where you get those high points knocked down a touch. Now that's a hell of an ear cavity. That's great. No, he looks wonderful. Once again here, just find some places for rest. He's absolutely fun. Love him. Any questions, anyone? Yeah, no, it's easy to get texture, and you know, that's the thing. It really depends on what you're doing. You know, for rendering and stuff, I understand why people put every pore and stuff in. But if you plan to bring it out of the computer, that just turns into noise. It's just chatter, and you need to kind of damp it back just so it doesn't just become this overbearing texture. Yeah, no, he looks great. Like him. Any questions? Cool. Awesome. No, it's a lot of fun. It's a cool character. I like him. All right, who's next?
Sean.
Do you have any idea what that model is?
Ratapillar. This one was a ZPR.
I think it might be this one. That looks like a ratapillar, doesn't it? It has little rat teeth and a caterpillar. So my guess is this is our ratapillar. Very nice. All right, let's turn that off and look at him. I like, see here how he changes, like the pores are up around the nose and then they disappear, and then he changes the texture pattern, and then there are dots on the tongue and some dings in the teeth. So using your texture sparingly and in different places helps define the texture clarity, as opposed to just doing all up. See, like here, it almost looks like this, what is a herringbone pattern. I'm assuming this is a knit hat with laurels. He's funny. He's absolutely hysterical. I love him. The weirder in hell. You're weird, man. I love it. Is this from something, or is this like, it's just the curve? I know he uploaded it twice. It's just the background on the first one. Did you just come up with this, or where did this come from? Because it's hysterical, and I truly appreciate it. Awesome. I'm very fond of your mind. Oh. One sec. Oh. Wasser! Because I like how you go from the creating a shell to the rat face. Oh my god, from hard tissue to soft tissue. Priceless. You're doing this for rendering, so some of the defining fine detail and stuff, I don't think you really need to go through, because you're doing that with paint. If you brought this into printing, I think you might need to crisp up some of the details just by rolling the edges a little so it holds up during the print. But super funny. Ah, he's great. I think obviously, I assume this is still sort of in its T pose, A pose. You haven't really posed it, because I'd like to see some motion in it, obviously. You know, a little movement. But no, looks awesome. Right, so if you're coming out of print, or if you want to print it, I would say you're going to have to come back and revisit some of this stuff, because it's just a little soft. And it's super easy. I mean, you can do probably 85% of this with the twist brush. And that is just come back around some of these and just roll that edge up so it looks like there's separation. And I would consider doing it like here. Right. But that's only if you're coming out to print, because you have enough surface detail that if you're doing it with paint, yeah. And yeah, just get a little bit of that curvy, posy action into him, like get his head tilting, get him moving. He's super fun. I love that he's in like that 18th, 19th century gallery salon sort of feel. Late 1700s, early 1800s. It's an absolute riot. I love it. Please show me, bring it back to us when it's done. I can't wait to see it animated. Holy Hannah. It's priceless. It's funnier than hell. I like it. And I know that since you're going into skinning and stuff, a lot of the stuff that I talk about how to refine your detail and stuff, I don't think it's something you need since you're painting it and UVing it, all that. So, no, it's priceless. 2 thumbs up. Please continue to share this one with us because I love this weird trippy stuff. It's lovely. All right. Any questions? Or I know I didn't really bourgeois Ratapillar for sure. Awesome. All right. Who's next?
Time for downloads.
Oh, we've done all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Look at that. So let us go new, just so I'm not saving everything, right? So I don't have 100. Oh, I moved it. Grr. All right. Let us do. Trying to figure out a easy way to do this with completely blowing it. I removed my new tool. It's in a different.
Oh no!
Oh, we're in project. That's my problem. I was in the wrong folder. I didn't move it. Look at me. I'm not as think as I dumb I am. Okay.
Well.
Wow. This is the support I get from my team. Y'all witnessing this? This is my team. My team. And they treat me this way. Not that I don't really deserve it, to be fair. Fair enough. Okay, so let's get in here. You notice I made a folder that you didn't want me to put things in. I continued to make that folder. Did you notice that?
Yes, but you didn't put it in the don't put files here folder. So if that works for you, do it.
Okay, I just need to get
But
them.
don't do it now because I'll move the files.
Okay, so is this the Ratik file that we just looked at, or is this a different one? That's a different one.
Ratik Raj is the first of the new ones.
Okay, all right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files.
Yeah. Download. Man, when you gorge yourself on Japanese food, that's a lot of food to get stuffed on. Normally it's a light meal.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, we ate a lot. It was lovely. All right. It's the inertia you say that. But my team's brutal. My team's mean. You think they're always on your side. I don't know about that. Sometimes they're a little crabby. All right, fine. No, there's a ZPR. Okay, so we're going to open this one. We are going.
Does load tools from project do something you don't like?
No, I'm just gonna. I have to do it separately.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Load that one. Load that one. Wow. You go, Daddy-o. Load that one. That looks like what's his name?
Krampus.
Illustrator. Starts with an S, I think. Heavy Metal, did Spawn, did what's its name? Dread. Hold on, now that's gonna kill me. I have to look it up. Sorry guys. Yeah. When I start thinking like that, I gotta know. Okay. Illustrator. Beasley. It's like it starts with an S. Beasley. Simon Bisley. Show one of them. He's like screaming guy. Really, that's all you're giving me? Let's see how. Beasley. He always did these great, really high action screaming people. See, he has the nice long teeth. Tell me this guy doesn't look like that. Where'd he go? This one. Right? See that? That looks like a Beasley mouth.
Sure.
You're not supporting me in this one. See how he has the nice long teeth that are separated? See?
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing a lot of support for this theory.
I
see
fully support you.
I see how you guys see how non-supporting group.
So Beasley.
the stuff that he did for heavy metal he did a lot of big hairy barbarian guys. And it's kind of reminding me of that, but I can't. Wow. Was it that this is all of the art under Beasley? That makes no sense. This dude was so prolific. Let's click on that. Okay, heavy metal was a lot of boobs and hairy guys screaming. All right. Heavy metal was a lot more boobs than guys screaming. Oh well. All right. Beasley. All right. Is this the first one? The ZPR? Have you just completely... Did you see this? Which model is this? Do you know?
Pixar's Miho character.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll figure that one out. So is this the one that's first?
I don't know. I know the name of the artist and the name of the file.
Yeah, none of those came through. Is the person here? Good night, Natron. That was probably a half hour ago.
Yeah, it was a minute ago.
Anyone? I'm pretty sure this is the ZPR because that was the last one I brought in. Or is it this one? Is it the last one we brought in?
Let me just download it so I can check.
I remember this one. Both he and his wife are modelers. Right?
Yeah. Is that Sour Deep?
Because he definitely like he dealt with all the strap stuff.
Okay, it is the girl.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I'm just going to divide this up a little more so I don't have to look at QB geometry. I'm a high resolution person. Sorry, guys. I have to look at things in res so I don't see facets. Otherwise, I'm like, come on, guys. The stylized anatomy is actually nice. I mean, you can see that the implication of the actual muscle structure, you know, you're getting this crease right here. You know, you have this weight right here. You have this weight right here. You have that crease there. So your anatomy's good. Your abdominal structure, I might say that your rib cage might be a little straight across. Like, let's hide our arms here for a second. Oop, not cut our arms off. I would say her rib cage might, because you've elongated this pretty dramatically, I would bring her rib cage down just a touch more so it doesn't look like it's going straight across, right? See how that feels a little bit more like the shape of the rib cage? And then you probably want, because it's been minimalized, you might want to just change that direction a touch so it doesn't look like the rib cage is going up into her armpits, but it's the lats that are there. I think you get a little thin in the ankle. I mean, I understand, you know, it's stylized, but I think this might get just a touch thin. And then you didn't do anything with the the feet. Right, get these heels actually down on the ground. Right, don't get lazy here at the end. Everything else is good stylized. Your feet are just cylinders. I would at least imply the anatomy in them. Right? Just so it doesn't look like you copped out at the end and just did hot dog feet. Right. Just give that ankle a little bit more meat. And an ankle. Look at the arms. That's hysterical. That's lovely. And you're really tight. I mean, your anatomy's good after stretching it out. Like I said, I just think that I would bring the rib cage down so you actually get that rib cage feel, because it was a little flat. And then don't get lazy on the feet. Actually, you know, give them the foot anatomy and get this cone right. You know, because your foot's really sort of a cone, and then the secondary meat, and then your toes. So don't just turn them into tubes, because you actually have very subtle, very nice anatomy everywhere else. I think you just pinned out your ankles a little too much. Just make it a little fatter so you actually get ankles. And then, but get the foot shape correct. Right. And other than that, it's awesome. It's really fun. Because even in here, you have the subtle anatomy, right? Get those ribs into place. Yep. Feet, ribs, ankles. And other than that, you are killing it, my friend.
It looks like they actually sent in an older version of the model, but
That's okay. It's still, I mean, it looks good. I think she might be leaning a little forward, right? Let's line up her ankle there. Ankle to ear. So the other thing to think about is, let's go to W. Let us go to skew. We're just going to delete over. Skew. So just make sure that she's actually standing up. So like, you know, this is your center of gravity right below the ear. So ear to ankle. That looks good. So just skew her a touch so she's not leaning forward. Yeah, I would beef up the ankles just a little bit. I mean, I understand it's stylized, but look at how big her hands are. And, you know, it doesn't make sense visual story-wise, why... Oh, okay, cool. But I would beef up that lower leg just a touch, because it It's just a little extreme. And especially because the hands are not petite, I don't know if I'd make the legs or the feet quite so petite. Yeah. But all in all, it looks great. But I would address that rib cage too, because it did look like. Yep, she is only wearing a hat. That is right. Well, and a pearl necklace. You have any other questions? I mean, it looks good. I'd like to see the other version of it at some point. Any questions?
Let's get a full 30-minute crit of the earrings because I see jewelry.
Well, that thin little wire is going to tear out of her ears. So anything of weight by something that thin, it's going to be very detrimental to the wearer. And there's no closure on this pearl necklace, so, you know, it's going to be very difficult to get it over her head. All right, there's your jewelry critique.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. Who's next?
Up next, we've got Ivan, Goat Medium Detail.
Is that a goat? All right. This one? Well, that looks kind of like a goat, huh? That's not a goat. That's not a goat. That's probably not a goat. Why do we have a dog in here? Why do we have a star in here? That's not a goat. Oh, I have her twice in here. Oh. Oh, this is the one with the shoes. Oh, I see. Okay. So you cannot see her rib cage. I would still fix it. Here, let's look at her rib cage. Where's her shirt? No, actually, that's a little better, but I think that your rib cage flattens out there, and it really is nothing but doing that. Just get that rib cage down to where it's sort of supposed to be. Right, so it doesn't flatten out. Because someone might look in there. Yeah, her feet are definitely better shaped. But I think it feels like her ankles are twisted out. You may want... Let's turn symmetry on. No. I know I torqued it, but how many parts are your shoes? That was obviously very rough, but see what I mean? It may just be the angle, but it feels like she's rocking out over that outer. It feels like this is here and then her ankle's sort of twisting out. You might want to look at the center of balance and where her toes are and where they're pointing to give us that feel. And I still might thicken this up just a touch. Just because, see how thick her wrist is? Her ankle is substantially thinner than her wrist. So I would at least keep those somewhat comparable, because those are little itty bitty chicken legs that are going to snap. Your anatomy's good. Fingers, head, neck. Looks great. So yeah, at this point I would just say the hips and thicken the ankles a touch. Look at the angle of the shoe so it doesn't feel like she's tilting out. And it might just be the angle of the image, but I just feel like you have sort of this duck foot thing going on. And I think it's just the angle of the... And then let's check. Oh, I inflated her a couple times. Yeah. Yep, that's going to rip right out. So just remember, little wires, rip out. Okay. No, it looks good. Like I said, I would just look at the lower leg compared to the forearm, and they should be relatively similar, because that's just a really thin little... Oh, look, it says my heart's going to explode. That's just a really thin angle. And I understand stylistically it could be what you're looking for, but tiny. Okay, goat. I'm assuming this is the goat, because I don't see anything else that even kind of looks like a goat. Why are you moving around all weird? Stop that. No, what's going on? Let's look at our anatomy first. The anatomy looks good. Only thing I would say is that you try to retain airspace in here, or it feels like you tried to retain airspace in here. And with this bulk of a muscle, your lat is actually going to disappear sort of like this. It's not going to return in here. So you may want to just work on that line, because if we look at the back, right, this is crossing over that hole, right? Your arm is going up and under these two. So you're not going to have any airspace in there, right? And from the front, it looks like you press this in. Let's see what's going on here. Stop that. What? Stop. No more inflate. Remove inflate. You see what you've done here? You look right here and see these dents, and you've kind of pressed that in. So with this kind of bulk, because these are some bulky muscles, right? With this kind of bulk, you're not going to get this airspace in here. Right, this is one solid muscle. It's going to go from front to back in one solid piece. It's not going to dent right there. And so when we get back to the front here, you see how the difference, right? You can actually see the front of this muscle curving in. And that's not what happens to that muscle. That muscle is on the back side of this. So this silhouette compared to this silhouette is a big difference. And so I would just do what I did right there. Just fill that in a touch. You see that looks like a body. That looks like a toy, because you need room for the arm to move. Other than that, your anatomy's lovely. Everything's in the right place. Everything's looking good. Let's get rid of his clothes here for a second. Let's look at his head. The hair's nice. It's in layered plaits. I would say as soon as you get to the center here, though, turn symmetry off and drag these out separately, because I'm assuming this is a hair alpha that you're dragging out. You set it up right. They're traveling in the right direction. Just when you get to the center, turn symmetry off and do you know, so you're not getting this weird V all the way up the center. And that's just a symmetry issue. So just make sure to turn symmetry off when you're doing any pattern. Unless, of course, that's what you're trying to do, if it's geometric, but this isn't geometric, blah, 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 blah. Turn symmetry off. Your horns look great. They have a nice rhythm. I like them. These are good horns. The texture is nice. 2 thumbs up on your horns. 2 thumbs up on your face. Your face is nice. It's stylized, but everything's in the right place. It has the goat feel. You know, it has that nose to the forehead feel, which is really lovely. No, 2 thumbs up. And then your clothes look pretty rudimentary. I don't think you've done much with them, right? Yeah, it's pretty simple. So I'm assuming you haven't really broached your clothes yet. They seem like they're slightly more simple than the anatomy. So, you know, at some point I'd probably come in and make sure there's at least some texture so you know that this is cloth. And, you know, there's little shoulder things here, but is this something, you know, it looks like you're getting farther here, but you've, like, you know, there's this nice defined line in here. I would do something with texture to separate this interior piece from the frame of it. I would carry these over into that, obviously, and continue down. So it looks like you've just started your armor here and now working on it. But it looks nice. You know, like this looks, you know, you're getting there here. Like I said, I would just use texture to separate the two.
We have a question.
What's that question?
What can I do to make him look a bit more goatish in the face?
You know, maybe let's see. You know, maybe it comes down to, and once again, I'm doing this with a heavy hand, so don't think that this is actually what I'm selling. You know, maybe it's changing the position of the face to where the nose, you know, is more prominent, and then you're getting, because the goat's nose is a little bit more like that, right? A bit more like a pig, but
I was about to say.
shush, you be quiet over
That
there.
little piggy.
Because the thing about a goat's face compared to the human face, we got more piggy than I wanted to get, is goats are very interesting because, you know, their eyes are actually, stop it, come on, switch, there we go, are actually more sort of in line like that with their head, if that makes any sense. Right. Like that's a little bit more of the face of a goat. And unfortunately, goats have longer snouts. Here, let's look at a goat. Goat. Goat face. And they're also weird. Their eyes are actually farther on the outside of the head. So it might be just shifting the eyes farther out. Where are you? Yeah, it's longer and pointier. Let's find Baphomet. Baphomet's usually goat human. I still think this is one of the better Baphomets. But see, his eyes are a little bit more human because they're facing forward. But see how he kept the long snout? I think this is a really lovely Baphomet sculpture, actually. It's awesome. But they did a really good job of retaining the facial direction in that sculpture. Right, see how his eyes, but see by moving his eyes way out to the side of the head and then extending the snout. See. There's some good Baphomet sculptures out there. See, all of these are still trying to keep the goat purely as a goat, where this is a really good hybrid. So yeah, it's all about the snout and then the eyes moving out. You know, because see here you have the eyes very much in the human placement, where if you take the eyes, is symmetry on? See, just by bringing the eyes out to the outside, you're starting to get that like goat feeling. And then I know I'm not doing any good on the detail for you, but you know, you're kind of getting that snout to eye ratio a little bit different. And then obviously the ears are up here. And I know that's extreme, but that, and so it's just mangled because I'm using 51. Well, that explains why moves all being wonky. So I'd think about, oh, you know, changing where those things are sitting, I think is going to be the big thing. Because, you know, goats are really known for the prominent eye bulge on the outside of the skull and then the long snout. So I would think about, and the ears are, you know, I obviously just shoved them up there, but, you know, the ears are actually up there, right below. What is this? See how that instantly makes him a little more goaty. Right. Something in that vein, maybe. Your brow would probably actually be farther up than that too, because, you know, this eye socket really sits to the outside if you're thinking about the bone structure. So your brow would probably be there. And your eye socket, so your eyes are going to sit there. They actually sit farther out. This rides back. They're really kind of weird, bulgy suckers. Yeah. That's it. That's goat. Very goaty goat.
Very good.
But you can see those are the features. Dragging the eyes outside. So they're sitting on the outside like deer and stuff, right? You know, you have very sort of non-binocular eyes. And then the snout starts high and comes through. And so, you know, you can easily take that and turn it more human. You know, give it a square jaw. Push this up. Push these in. You know, so that's. So I've distorted those nostrils so we're not getting. Feel it out to be more person-like. And you can see that's heading more to person because you're getting the eye cavities and the sort of more front-facing eye. And the eye bags under him. And you know, you can come in and really make them slightly more human features. So the bone structure is now more human, and now you come back in and feel it. Mm-hmm. And you can see by making the eyes recessed as opposed to sitting out, we've now taken it and made it more human, but we've retained the cheekbones that are out way too far. We filled, these jaw muscles in, so it's a little bit more human. More human Gokai. So, yeah, I think it's just trying to define how far you want to go. And that is the two things I would say are the things that are going to define it human versus goat. You can see instead of them being big ball eyes, I've cut them back to make human eyes in the socket. That's the number one. Number two is this looks like a nose. And that looks like a snout. And so I think those are the two, right? So humany goat, and by doing that, and by doing that, you have goaty goat. Right? And well, if you were going to do that, you'd probably go as far as dragging this down and changing the relationship to the mouth. Right? Make sense? I think those are the ways. Because, I mean, you have a lovely face here. But I agree, it's human with some goat attributes as opposed to goat with some human attributes. So yeah, it all depends on how far you want to go. But all in all, anyway, is that after me mushing stuff around? And honestly, this is slightly more pig relations, like right, it's all pinched in here, where a goat is definitely longer in the face. Just even doing that. And then the ears being higher up. And then just get these wider. Right. I think having it round makes it more piggish. Dragging everything up, getting those eye humps. And that was just 3 simple moves. I didn't do much at all there. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. What's next?
Up next, Nikolai. And the name of the file is just for critique. So I have no idea what the subject is.
This is Jitin. This is Jitin. Did we look at this? Is this Nikolai? Yep, this is Nikolai.
Cool.
So Nikolai, do you like Beasley? First of all, I love it. It's a very dynamic pose. And, you know, it's funny because your anatomy is actually very nice, right? Just how your muscle insertion and origin is working. Like, your armpits are nice. I like, even though you've added extra muscles in there, meh, it's all good. I mean, it's dynamic, cool. You know, this is going in between those two things. I mean, I like it. I love the hand. I love the pose. Let's look at this hand. Like, you know, I can believe that hand's holding on to something. You may want to at least get the pinky actually on the material here. Come on. Because you at least need these bottom two things to actually be touching the object. Because that's at least how you can issue snap force with a weapon, by not having these two fingers tight, but it's these two fingers that are holding it, and it's resting in the thumb, and that's how, like, Ada, that's important, because you're holding it here, and this gives you leeway to change the position of the weapon, but you're using this friction and your palm friction to hold the weapon in. So get these two fingers down on the weapon at least. Even if these are going to float, right? Your thumb's on, get these two fingers on. And then that is being held as opposed to that floating in the hand. I know that I've just mangled your fingers. I'm not going to spend enough time posing things. There you go. Right, but make sure that you have full contact in the palm, the thumb, and these fingers, and then those can float more, because that means you have a solid grip on that. Solid grip on that weapon. Yep, your texturing's nice. I would still say that every once in a while, and this is low res, so it's hard to do in low res, but divide. Yeah. Still come back, and SK Trim Polish is still one of my favorites. Just add a little variety in it by knocking some of it down. It's just a really nice way of getting the eye to find relaxation, places to relax, because the eye wants to look at stuff. And if it's all the same, your eye just starts to ignore it. And just simply doing something like that in a handful of places breaks up your textures. And you do it here, right? You have enough different texturing that it reads, but, you know, like I said, just even, you know, just get a handful of places where you're breaking your texture down a touch. But your textures are fun. Your motion's great. You just have a great pose. It's very kinetic. You know, I like it. Looks great. I'm assuming there's an eyeball in there. Did I turn off eyeballs somewhere? Did I move it? Am I wrong? Is there not an eyeball in there? It sure looks like an eye. Oh well. What do I know? But like, you know, even the anatomy you made up, you know, I mean, like this stuff, right? It has so much motion and it eventually ties into it that, you know, it looks good. It looks fun. You know, like, because you didn't even bother trying to make it like actual anatomy, right? You know, it's just sort of this, it's almost like tree rooty. And that transition, it looks good. You know, it's nothing I ever would go, hey, you know what? That's not really a shoulder. You know what I mean? Because of the kinetics and the texture and stuff. You're really carrying it. But here, you know, see, you lose all muscle definition here because this texture is so deep. And I don't mind it. I just think that when you have texture that's so deep, you lose this beautiful work you did with some of the muscle stuff. So I would be careful about making the texture this deep. Keep it superficial or on the surface so you don't lose all the lovely work you did with the substructure, right? Surface noise. Okay. You can see I'm brushing the texture in with that noise brush. But by doing it, I'm not losing my structure. So I'd think about applying noise that way. Because see out here, you have the texture, but I mean, look at how deep this is, right? You lose your musculature. So I would not, I mean, I like the texture. It's not that. I would be more careful about applying it as an alpha that deep. You can do it with surface noise and your brush, and you're still keeping anatomy. Because see, it's just applied to my brush while I'm working. So right here, let's take this bicep. Instead of blasting it with this texture, you can come in and on your brush, hold on, let me, no, wait, no, come on, edit. Let's make my noise strength. Okay. And so as I'm texturing this and brushing this, I'm laying my texture in, and you can make that any texture, obviously. You know, you can import an alpha or whatever. But it's not distorting my musculature. It's helping it. Make sense? In that way, that is applied to the sculpt that I'm working on. I'm not just hammering it. It's a much more subtle way of doing it. And, you know, you can apply whatever alpha you want. Let's go back to edit. And let me go to download. So let's pick a crackly picture here. Yeah, let's take that. And let's see if the scale texture. So now this is my applied texture. We go okay. And so now when we come in here, that's way too much. So I can come this direction with this. Here, let's. But you can see how I can apply texture here, but I'm not completely destroying my my sculpting. Does that make sense? You know what? I'm not really sure. I've always hated noise, and then Paul slapped me in my face, and Eric slapped me, and we're like, "Look, dingus, this is a great tool." So I kind of think this has been here forever. I think that they do have the latest version has new features to this that they demoed, right? Because it doesn't give you the stretch here. So if we go under here, see how it's stretching? It's not the same. So the new feature is it's the camera view. So instead of getting that long stretch down here, it then becomes still this front pattern as you're going around. Because here, this is the old one, and see how it's just stretching along in there? It's not the same pattern. It's the length of the pattern. And so the new version that they demoed would give you this texture all the way around. The front is camera view, if that makes sense.
There seems to be some confusion about how you're applying noise with your brush and not just to the whole model.
Because it's in a different area, and this is what's always killed me. So you're thinking I'm using this noise over here, surface and noise. This is universal. But if you come over here under brush, there's a surface button right here, and there's a noise button right here. This is noise applied to a brush, not the universal model. I never even knew that was there until this last update. No clue. So yes, this is a new feature to me, but I guess this has been here for a long time. And my protestations about noise have been uneducated, let's say. So see how this is starting, like, so this is projecting from front. And so as you go along the edges, it just becomes that stretch pattern. And then when we get to the back, it goes back to that normal pattern, right? Well, the new feature allows front is camera. So I can continue to roll and get these things to be front. And that's what the new features in this latest, well, the update that's coming up, right? Because see back here, it becomes that surface noise again. It's not just the stretches around the corner. So now in 2022, you're going to have, this is going to be different. But how cool is that, right? I mean, this makes this much neater. I know, right? No, my brain exploded too. Yeah, no, but you haven't. I guess that's been there for years. What do I know? Obviously, I didn't know that. So instead of, like here, we're trying to get this and it's all streaky, you can apply whatever that front texture is to this. But this way, you know, you're not destroying your sculpt, and you're still getting cool texture. And the other thing about the new one is that it's brush sensitive. So, right, this is one picture and we're projecting through it, but the other one is by brush. So as I do this, it's stroking, but if I do it really soft, the pattern actually shrinks. It's cool. So yeah, play with that because it's awesome sauce. Excuse me. Right? See how we're not losing our sculpt? We're here, you've lost your sculpt because that's also deep. So just be careful about how you're applying these textures. So you don't, because you have such beautiful sculpting going on, don't lose it. And then we just come in, edit. We're gonna, no, come on. You can change it. That. And so now we come in and, you know, I can go okay. And we can put a secondary, very different texture in. Without making it completely just destroying our surfaces. Yeah. Yeah, no stretching. It's awesome. I mean, the demos are super, super cool. I don't think people during the demos were really paying attention to this, where they were like, oh, well, you know, sure, it's noise or whatever. No, 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 it's brush noise as well. And see, like I can come around this vein and apply the texture to it and not lose the vein. You know, you can, it's really nice how you can apply the different textures. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And then you just come back in, edit. Come on. And you pick a different texture. Go okay. In here, let's actually edit. Where's our side? Make this much smaller. Okay. And now get my brush, make it smaller, come in. And I can apply this texture smaller in between my other textures. Right, this just gives you so much more control. And I could never get noise to work in my life. It's one of the most frustrating things in the world to me. But I now understand what I've been doing wrong. And now noise is awesome. I always wanted to use noise. Every time I used it, it just gave me ulcers because it would never work. And then I realized all I had to do was slide the mix button, not the strength button. But I didn't know what any of those buttons did. So I was sloppy. You know, it's just a much neater way of applying noise. Oh, yeah, of course. This is easy stuff. Easy peasy. Now, finding a manufacturer who won't polish it all off, that's the trick. You can do it. Any questions about any of that? All right. Who's next?
Solar Deep,
Hmm.
which I believe is the Army Man.
This one?
That's my guess.
So he and his wife are both friggin' awesome modelers. They're great.
AAA.
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, it's It's beautiful. So the last time we looked at this model, the straps and stuff weren't done and they were all floating. And he really came back, and like some of these, like, you know, my pet peeves where things cross over and under, and some of this was crossing over and under. Not now. They're actually rolling into the seams. The little stitching. Nah, it's just such sex. You're so good. Like, you know, I love the Velcro. I mean, look at how subtle, like this stitching, and then how you get your pinching in the stitching. His understanding of cloth is just awesome. This is beautiful. Yeah, see, you're really getting that. It feels like it's stitched into the seam. Lovely. Yeah, all of your wrinkling makes a lot of sense now. Like this collapsed empty pocket. That's sex. It's gorgeous. Your wrinkles are nice. This beautiful, subtle texture stuff. Anybody have any questions about fabric? Look at this model. It's stunning. It's great. Because you feel, the other thing that's really nice about this model is that, like, this is pulled up. You can see by the thickness of these wrinkles that this is thinner than this, right? These wrinkles are bigger. Why? Because it's stiffer and bigger, right? So this is really nice because of the differences in the fabric reaction, right? This is like a big Kevlar coat, right? See how big and soft these are compared to how thin these are. This is one of the things that people have very big problems with when they're dealing with fabric. And that is the differences in the wrinkles due to the stiffness of the fabric. Here's a prime example, right? This is thin. You get these nice thin little wrinkles, right? This is big and padded. And see how you get big dents and nice subtle little wrinkles. See how these are big dents and these subtle dents. So this truly is what's the difference between a AAA model, like a professional model, and people who are trying to get to be professional. And that is stuff like this. I mean, you can see that there's something in this pocket, right? You got all your wrinkles down. It stretches out around something. It could be, you know, a sock, a lens cleaner. But then, you know, you can tell that this is sort of like a tight canvas, because see how these are tight and you sort of get some of the tension edges, but this is a stiffer material than, let's say, this, right? So having the textures be consistent with the objects is hard. And you know, this stuff is just spectacular. It's really, really nice. I mean, even here, see how you have the internal stitching, and then, you know, the stitching to the ground, then you have depth in the cargo pocket. And this has weight in it, so all of his wrinkles are traveling in the correct direction. Directionality in your wrinkles is really important. And it really just takes sitting and looking at fabric a lot. Get a bunch of different fabrics and do stuff. You know, what happens at a knee? Well, you know, get a bunch of fabric and wrap it around this, right? Put 2 pieces of Velcro around it, stitch it, move it around, and look. And it's the only way you're going to learn to do fabric, is looking at fabric. Is it loose on the leg? Is it tight? Well, that makes things. See how this is in between this gun strap, and you see all these going this way because this is now stretched tight on this leg because it's stretching up and down. You're not getting the big loose folds. You're getting tight compression folds. And then, you know, this is probably leather. Look at how clean and tight it is, right? And you're really getting different surfacing from how the tensions and wrinkles are presenting in them. I mean, you know, in his hard surface model, it's just impeccable. Shoelaces, You see what I mean? How they're fluffy. You get some crossover. You know, the different texture on the toe cap, pulling it out. These are different textures. Yeah, this is just, you know, the knees. Hard surface over something that's tough and flexible, right? Because this looks much different than that. You know, it's lovely. It's really lovely. I would say, yeah, you're pretty damn good in there, actually. But like in this area here, I think that, like that, this is places like this. I think is where your SK twist could really relieve. And I'm being persnickety here, right? This is coming in. You get this wrinkle here, but I think that because this is such a heavy fabric, just it's a really subtle difference. And I know everyone thinks I'm a one-trick pony and I just yell at it, but it's one of the easiest things to pick, right? That dent being exactly at that seam makes it feel like you've just continued the line too far, right? Like you're poking into your model. So, and I know that in all reality, that's kind of where things happen, right? You know, that is going to be a junction, but I think that I would be careful about pulling that up and in there, only because it then feels a little bit like, oh, we still have noise on. I'm like, what is going on?
I was about to say, you still got noise on.
um, Jeez. Get that in there. Right, just where that isn't punching through a little. And I know that's actually where one of those wrinkles would probably happen. But let's look at that. And see from back here, it looks like that line has continued through and hit that. And then we come back here, and you can see it doesn't feel that way. So I would just say that be real careful on those intersections, because that looks like that. And this is where, see the difference between this seam here and this seam here with that roll? I really do think that twist just gives you that extra touch of separation, and it makes it feel like it is actually rolling over just a touch more, because you're getting a little bit more of that bright edge. I know everyone's like, Tomas, how are you talking about this model? Hey, that's what I'm here for, right? And you know, here again, I think that just a little bit of that SK twist there. Come back in here. Let me just do this little area here. And we'll end it there. So see, that looks that, but see with that extra little roll, it separates that off the surface just an extra punch more. I'm just that extra punchy kind of guy. You know, that's pretty darn close. That is distinctly standing off. And you're doing this for rendering, so I don't actually know if that makes a difference when you have it all painted, but you know, if you're not printing these, shame on you. Yeah, your hard modeling is just sex. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And see how tight this under, it's like Under Armour sort of, you know, really tight, nice mesh. And you're getting that light tension because his arms are out. They're not pinching completely, but when it gets up and under, you have the full pinch. I really love this high detail nose area. Oh, where'd he go? Your cable controllers, your notches. You're bad. I mean, even here, just look. We know this is stiff, but you're still getting this same cross tension texturing. Beautiful, man. Yeah, this is stellar. It's lovely, lovely work. Does not suck. Yeah, no, it's great.
He forgot a shoe. Delete it all. Forgot a boot. Left boot, not finished. Trash.
The beauty is that he'll probably just copy it and put it over there. And now look at that garbage. What kind of crap models? You know what? Why don't you care about what you do? Why don't you care about what you do? You know, right?
I had to find something.
Yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely killing it. Just, that's quick. Twist your edges, man. Twist your edges. Give me those curves. Awesome sauce. Yep, that's just pure sex. And look at this, everybody. Okay, I just want everyone to witness this. Look at this. What is there? No loose parts. Use folders. Took us 13 years to get them to put it in it. Use your folders. What do? Use our folders. One more time. Say it. Oh, you're all killing me. Give me some use your folders, guys.
Use your folder.
Yeah, Mr. I don't use folders. I see how you are. Guten
Hey,
Tag.
I can hear you.
Hi, Henry. Hi, Thomas.
Hello, hello. How we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good, good.
Doing good.
Very good. Nice. What is that? Hold on, sorry. I got weirdness going on here. Come on. Oh, I see. Some weird pop-up ad. Oh. I just noticed that someone found XR Couture. That's what I was talking about. You're right. Sorry, my Discord just went wonky on me. Yep. Not much I could say. Awesome sauce. All right, who's next?
Next up, Jitin.
All right. This is the first one.
Yeah, they have two of them.
Turn off paint here so we can look at our model. Wait, that's not shift. Look at that. See, that's noise, obviously, right? No, surface. Maybe? I just turned all the color off. And these are still... Oh, let's see. Yeah, noise. So that's what it is. If we can't turn it off, it's noise. Now see, that's a nice use of noise. That looks good. But see how it stretches on the sides? That's what the new noise thing is all about, is preventing that. Escape. Oh, now I did it. There we go. Okay. So very cool. Very cool, very cool. I like your weird little hands. Those are fun. Okay. Let's look at them all. So I'm not quite sure what these two things are. It's a strange wrinkle. I feel like there's something stuffed in there, but I'm not seeing it. Like you're carrying two kibasas. Taking your Polish sausage for dinner. Are they here?
I don't think so.
Because I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know what's in this shirt. Because, I mean, you understand fabric. You know, this stuff's going on. I'm just not quite sure what these are. Because it's not a breast. There's a breast. At some point, you need to explain to me what these two things are. What these two droopy things are. Because, you know, your other stuff, like the wrinkle in your, you know, like your crotch and these wrinkles make sense. I'm just not quite sure what the kibasa shirt is. It looks like you have like kibasas. And the face is awesome. I love the mask. I'm a big mask fan. I love masks. And is that, oh, there you are. So that's the dynamic. So you had it attached, and then you had dynamic, and it brought it down, the brush shape down, and it made those cups. That's interesting. That's weird. Interesting. That's strange. Because, I mean, you know, you can see your tensions, but that's not what fabric would do. Yeah, now that you say that, I can see that the dynamics did it. Well, it's interesting. You know, I don't know. Like I said, it still looks like she has sausage in her shirt. Like, this stuff makes sense. That's just a weird one for me. I'm not quite sure where to go with that one. Now, so is she falling? Like backwards? Is she like falling off? Because she seems very staid. I think if she's falling, her neck would go forward a little as you're falling. Actually, guys, so I discovered and I'm working on it. I can assign these to hotkeys, and so one of the new UIs is going to have all this stuff along the bottom as hotkeys. So for those of you who don't have big monitors, I'll have the menus up here. You assign them to a hotkey, and you can have access to those. And it actually works. I'm working on a new UI, and there it is. So if she were falling, think, because see here, you're still very upright, right? Your neck's in proper position. When you fall, your torso rocks out and your head kind of cocks. Like it's hard to keep all this rigid. So I would say that you might want to look at, and once again, please do not think this is what I'm telling you is right. Stop it, everybody. Stop it. So I think that the angle of her head would be a little bit more like that. Maybe tilted a touch down. And this is sort of the implied motion. Oops, hold on. Oops. And now let me go. Oops. That does not move. Does that move? No, that's SK twist. That ain't it. And see, just by changing that neck angle a little, her gravity is now going down this way instead of going down this way. And so I think that just a little bit of neck, changing the head position just a touch. And you may, instead of all of this being upright, you may want to give a little curve in the torso, and that just so the gravity is coming down as opposed to remaining straight up and down. And that'll make it feel like it's falling a little bit more. You see what I mean? This is very static. You have quite a bit of motion here. And then this is static. So she still has a perfect center of gravity. So just think about getting the center of gravity to break. So your gravity is coming down here, if that makes any sense. Is she standing on a Swiss cheese and falling off of it? I think it's a lot of fun. What are we talking about here?
Buy stuff.
Oh. Would have to bend her legs. Okay. Yeah, so I would just think about changing the torso so it looks like she's breaking into the fall, right? Not. And yeah, I get it. Figure out what's going on there. It's a little strange. And I understand that it's the dynamics, but you know, this is just an odd return, right? You know, this would, everybody calm down. You know, I can even see, you know, this seems to be thin fabric, so you're getting that pull off the nipple. And then you're probably going to have something that, let's turn symmetry off. Yeah, whatever. You know, it's probably going to ride up here, and then you have the break there because it's touching the waist. So these are probably going to come back like that, but it's not going to be, you know, like sausage shape. It's going to conform to her torso. And then you have the wrinkles there, and this will probably ride like that, which means that you're probably going to have symmetry off. You know, one of these will probably come in and do that, and the other one would probably, you know, come in shorter and give you that. Because, you know, this would rock towards the torso some. If that makes any sense. So I think you're going to wind up with something a little bit more like that rather than two Polish kielbasas in the front of it. And I don't know. Do you know what Polish kielbasa is?
Are you saying kielbasa?
Yeah, kielbasa.
Oh. Yeah.
Right? They look like kielbasa. Right?
What does? What did I miss? What looks like kielbasa?
It looks like she has two kielbasa in the front of her shirt.
It looks like that part of the shirt is inflatable. And it's like a
No, she's stuffed.
futuristic life vest.
No, see, she's stuffed two of those U-shaped sausages in there, and that's pulling it down.
The big long ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just saying. But all in all, it's
Some, like,
fun.
Pockets, maybe.
No, it's dynamics. He said that he had it fitting to the shirt, and so or fitting to the breast, and so the dynamics just drop that
pulled it
weight.
straight down.
Yeah. So you're not really getting the tension points where they should be. Okay. And then let's go to this guy. This, I mean, it's nice. You know, I would just think, so fix the front of the shirt. Because see, even here, it's sort of bubbling out. It wouldn't do that, right? It's going to ride off that nipple. It's going to ride off the back. And gravity, right? It's going to come down here. It's not going to billow out. Unless she's falling with a lot of momentum. And then you might get something like that. You know. But then again, you know. Okay, so look at this guy. Let's turn paint off. Boop. Nice. I like it. The only thing I would say, like, you got to this point, and I like it, but on something like this, I would definitely, at this point, stop using symmetry and start getting in there and giving some motion to it. And I think that you probably want to just change this angle a little so you're getting the meat from the chin is rolling up and over. Don't just cut these in. Make these actually rolls, right? So you have that, and it's actually coming and rolling off of that meat. Right? It's coming from the side. You come down, and you probably actually have like a little scoop in here. So that thin skin is grouping at the bottom. Right? And you can see how that sort of implies the weight a little bit. Scoop here. And that, let's say, rolls back in there. So you're sort of getting that meat rollover. Sort of like a meat roll up.
Do you have any anatomy tips for the face?
Well, I mean, you know, are you trying to make it realistic anatomy? This seems pretty stylized. I would say that your muzzle area is a little square. So, you know, your teeth are actually a cone or a cylinder. So just knocking that corner off helps. You know, this is very deep for a human face. If you're actually trying to get it to be human, see, just by doing that, see how it looks less ape, like an ape's mouth comes very far around of the muzzle, where A human's doesn't. So bringing that muzzle up some would make it more human, right? And a human muzzle is very rarely square. You know, you're going to get sort of that shape a little bit more. You have these 2 points here. You know, a little bit nose. Let's pull this stuff. You know, you're not going to have that. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. So it's stylized, right? So we're not really dealing with some of the stuff. But here, you know, this actually comes behind the nose and that cheek meat. Here, let's turn symmetry off. So we're not doing this to both sides, so we can compare them. Let's go all the way back here. Come on. Okay. So let us bring this stuff up. What's going on? What are y'all talking about? Is that something I should pay attention to?
No. Ratatouille says he thinks about these crit sessions all week long, except for Mondays. But you can upload any day of the week.
That's true.
And really, if you upload your first version, like whatever version you're working on, I will hold your place in line for you if you have a newer version when it gets closer to the crit.
Because he takes down a list of who's first.
I do. I keep track of it.
Yeah. Unlike me, who I can't keep track of what's going on in front of me, let alone what happened a
And
week
I
ago.
keep track of it all week long.
It's like magic.
But I might not be there when Tomas is reviewing mine. So that's valid. If you send me a message and say, I plan to be on at whatever time, make sure you tell me a time zone. Don't do my crit before then. I will move you down in the order.
Yeah,
so
we
you
can
have
sit
at that
there and
time.
hold it
Yeah.
until you come in. That's not
Yeah.
a...
As long as you let me know.
Yeah, don't let me know. It won't do you
Don't
any
let
good.
Tomas know.
It won't do you any good at all. Because I'll go, yeah, sure, no problem, man. And then I'll forget in like 48 seconds.
Miko, you're right. I did reveal an exploit, but if anyone starts to abuse that privilege, they'll be lucky to get another model on the stream at all. So don't do it constantly.
Don't be mean to my viewers.
Well, you send me a message 7 times a week saying, I just uploaded a new one. I just uploaded a new one.
Yeah, no,
All
don't
right,
do that.
All right. Let's calm down.
Just number them. And then we'll know which one's the last one. Make sure they have the same names. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, your cheek. This is actually jawbone. And even that's pretty deep, honestly. Just get a little longer. And it's, your jaw, and then that fat's gonna, or that meat's gonna come from under there. You know, I mean, very few humans have that kind of jaw meat, but you see how. Okay, let's look at. No, wrong one. You know, the cheek or the muzzle's going up under the cheek. You got your little thing there. This really wouldn't do it that way, but you know, because you have a concave jaw here, it's not really how the face is structured. But just by pushing this up and kind of futzing with it compared to this, right? See how this is cut back and comes all the way back here. Your muzzle comes all the way around and it's half domed. So this is a little bit more like an ape face, which has like that cone muzzle, and it's square up front, which is sort of chimpanzee-like. You know, it has that sort of, it's much more like a cone than a lip structure. It's sort of this hard cone area. So, you know, I think that really those are your major issues, is like, you know, lips, right? You see how the meat comes down and then comes out to the lip, right? As opposed to it being, you know, a half dome around as such, right? Now, you know, they can have an oval shape. I'm just trying to break it out where it's sort of simple to see. Does that make any sense? Because, you know, very, very rarely are you going to have, like, you know, stylized, it's fine, but like very, very rarely are you going to have jowls that big in a person. Right. Make sense? And this is very, very shallow here. And I'm not saying there aren't people who have very shallow faces, but normally your eye is going to sit back in here. Even on someone who has a shallow face, you're probably going to have your eye sit farther back as such. Righto? Let's see if I have my book there. Where's my book? Because it shows aging faces pretty well, doesn't it? Where? How is it that I can never find these things? Was I clever and stuck them in something and now I have no idea what it is?
No idea.
See, look, it's right there. Now, where do you see that over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 PDFs right there.
There's a sixth one somewhere.
Okay, so hold on. Understanding. Wait. There should be 3 of these, right? Facial expression, human figure, form of head and neck. This is the one we're looking at. And where's my zoom? I want to zoom out of it. No. No, that's not what I want. Stop. Away. Okay. New. You see the magnifying? Isn't there usually a magnifying glass here that allows me to change the scale?
Or just control minus.
Oh, it's a little pop-up menu down there, you sneaky buggers. All right, let's go to old. So this talks about the fat packets. Right, you see, these are the fat packets. And they're not really right here. There's a little one right here, but most of your bagging is going to come from the jowl over here. And they have a breakdown. Yeah, see, this is the fat pad distribution, not packet, pad. And so this is also how the bag, how the skin deteriorates and starts to fall. Oh, here we go. Right, you can start to see how the fat pads start to break down. And you see even here, it's not really coming from the chin, it's the jowl, and then you have these tension points here. So that is how the face breaks down, the fat pads break down. And you see what I mean? It's not a half round muzzle. It all comes down and shrinks in because there's not a lot of fat here. So as that wrinkles and starts to break down, it comes down and it's more like pinchy towards the lips instead of, yeah, see, they're breaking down, so they're falling and creating weight in the bottom. Yeah, see how boom, boom, boom. And the roll is coming back into the face. It's not going all the way back because those come around the muzzle.
Which book was this?
This is Form of the Head and Neck, Anatomy for Sculptors. It's the 3rd one. Remember they had come out with a new one?
Yeah.
And this one really breaks the stuff down nicely. I like these, the silhouette shapes. It really shows you how it transitions in form. The directionality is really different as it goes up the neck. One day I'm going to spend the time and make a few crochets like these. So we have these models because I think these are super, super helpful. I know we have old people faces more. No, maybe that's in the facial expression one that has. But like this is really good because it shows you like how the tensions ride when you're turning your neck. And I like them simplified into these planes. It's really nice. It really makes it clear what's happening with those muscles. Or at least I think it does. I think this is much better than a real anatomy book because this is showing you the planes of what's happening. So it's more like a visual than like Grey's Anatomy. I thought we had more things on 8. Oh, wait. What did we get? Getting older. Yeah, see? It doesn't come around in here. It's those fat pads disintegrating and having the weight in them. And you can see you get the crease there, but it's actually returning into the cheek. It's not running all the way down out. You can see how the weight distribution is there. It's really that jowl section that just starts to drag. Right? All right. Hopefully that was helpful. You see what I mean? It's not, because these muscles don't come back here, right? They all return to right here. And for any of you who think I'm giving for a company, I'm not. I get nothing from those discounts. I just approached them and said, hey, will you give my viewers the discount? And they were like, yes. So that's them being nice, not me getting any money. I actually like these companies, or I like these books, and I think they're very, very useful for sculptors. All right. Is there another one here, or is that it?
There is more.
Uploaded? Or here?
Yeah,
I think this
there's
is it.
one called Body Base.
I think this is the only one I have that says body, and we've gone through this one.
Then there's more to download.
Okay. No, ba-doo-boop. Nope. There it is. Refresh.
Should be 7 files.
Like Hannah.
Well, 3 of them are from 3 of them are from one person. 3 of them are from another person.
Holy Hannah. So I can take you and delete you, and I can take you and delete you. And see, for all those people out there, when your business partner says you don't need a hard drive that big,
Did I not? install like a 12 terabyte hard drive in that thing.
I know, but it's the C drive that always kills me.
Then you should download things to not the C drive.
I have been,
Then what are you complaining about?
because it's almost half full.
Your 12 terabyte hard drive is almost half full?
No, the C drive.
Why are you downloading things to the C drive?
Some things have to get downloaded to the C drive. It doesn't give me any choices.
No.
Oh, look, mister, you can see prompt your way out of a paper bag. We're talking about can a dummy do it, all right?
Fake.
See, that's where you always get confused.
Lies.
You're like,
Deception.
can a competent person do this, or can an absolute ding-dong do this? There's sometimes it gives me no choices. No choices. None. Look, everyone, I have no choices. Oh, you guys and your ZPRs, you're killing me. Okay. See how they are? Okay. 2 ZPRs. But luckily we have this tool now, so. This one. Ah, there she is. I remember you. All right. And now we are going to go and do this because the other ones. Oh, we have one more ZTL, don't we?
No. One
Here we go.
ZPR, one ZTL.
No, we
3
have
OBJs.
2 ZPRs and 1 ZTL. We have this one, which was a ZPR. We have this one, which is a ZPR. And then we have this one, which is a ZTL. And then we go here.
I need to refresh. No. One of those is from another time,
Then why is it in this little thing?
or my Dropbox is malfunctioning. Because I only have one ZTL, one ZPR, 3 OBJs. No.
OBJ, ZPR, OBJ, OBJ, ZTL. Where did that one come from?
What's it called?
So maybe it's this one that's the old one, or did they She Venom is...
That one's... Yeah, She Venom is a different week.
Okay, it's so funny. It's not even selected in my list here, and it just downloaded it for some reason. All right, I don't know where that came from, but hey, She Venom. All right, so we have this. We go here. Right, it's 3 OBJs and an STL. And an STL, is that correct?
3 OBJs and a ZTL.
See,
Which
we got a
you got it.
STL as well from somewhere.
No, your Dropbox had a panic attack.
See, look at this. Sparks, Dolly. Isn't that weird?
So I bet you had a folder already, and it merged your new ones into the old folder.
You know
or
what?
something.
I bet I hadn't deleted a folder and yeah, it merged it. That makes sense. See? Okay. So now we have these 3 OBJs, right?
Yeah, and they should all start with Luis. Yeah. Woo.
Windows and Dropbox. Killing me over here. Is this the same thing? No. They're pretty close, right? Take this paint off so I can see what's going on. Mm,
There is something about them that is the same, but you have to have them to answer the question.
that's fine. I'm just
Yeah.
looking
I'm
and
just
double checking.
relaying information because I asked earlier.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn that paint off. Okay. So we have this one. This one. Turn this one. That. We're looking pretty close. Look. Bring that down there. So that's the least dramatic one. There. Those look exactly the same.
Yeah. So that one's not next. The body base, the one that comes with 2 PNGs, it's the artist's first model. It's the girl.
This one?
Is the next model.
This one?
I gotta wait for it to show up on my screen. Yes, that one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is your first model? Whoa. Oh, hold on. We have a lot of writing here. Who's third in queue? Are you confusing me now?
No, Ratatouille is third in queue. The 3 OBJs is third.
Okay. So this is the original character. Okay. Okay. So these are the 2 illustrations. All right. And then you have Saw. This reminds me a lot of 3A Ashley Wood. He has a figure that's similar. Like the same balloon. His is much more static, but or the legs are static, but okay. So we're going for a soft stylized balloony figure. Okay. And now this is where you're at, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Okay. So the first, and this is your first model? Is that what you were saying? All right. So how you started blocking this up, I sort of understand, I get where you're going, but it's really, I think it's very difficult to start defining your silhouettes. And as a early sculptor, or as someone who's, you know, trying to learn sculpture, I think that, see you, Ghost. I think that you're going to want to see, because how you've broken this up, you have no control over your silhouettes, right? And I think, especially for this character, the silhouette's very important. I mean, it's kind of the point. You know, you have this torso, huge thighed, you know, balloony character. So I think starting with a more proper silhouette is going to be helpful for you. Did I download? Yeah, I did. Okay, so what I would suggest doing is going, turn floor on, go into draw, and come here front and back down here, click on that, go to map 1, import, bump, bump. And so now both of these are rock. These aren't necessarily good silhouettes to work off of, but we're going to start with it. And here, let us append a star And we're going to hide everybody else real quick. And I'm going to take her. And I am going to drag this half over. So that's roughly center. I know we're cocked a little, but that's as close to front as we're going to get. I'm only going to do half of it anyway. So this should be okay. It's going to be a little wider because we're at an angle, but we can adjust that later. So what I would probably suggest doing is approaching this slightly differently. And that is so you can start to kind of wrap your head around your silhouettes. So bring it in. No, you're way too big. You're just way too big. Yeah, that's like 100 mil. What the hajibis? What is going on? This point, and I'm going to make it center, so we're only working on one side. And make it a little smaller. And we're going to bring it up here. Start sort of there. And right now, I'm just going to play with my blockout on the half. So I'm going to come here, go to ZModeler. And how many actual, yeah, no, hold on. We want this to be 1. Polycube, 1, 1, and 1. I want this to be as simple as I possibly can get it. So we're going to come here, W, tap on this side, and once again go home first, because that's going to bring us to the center of the world. Bring this up here, and I am going to stretch that out to there. And now we're going to start our blockout. And I'm just going to pull this down, pull this down, pull this down. And move point brush radius. Make sure that it's infinite XYZ. Make sure you're snapped to the angle. And I'm just going to kind of get a rough silhouette of what's going down. That's our jaw, our neck, our armpit. So we're going to bring this out. Armpit, shoulder, and now bump, 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 bump. So go about halfway. Boom. I'm going to keep this up here because that. Then we're going to determine our bicep thickness here. Oops, stop that. So that's pre-wrist. That's pre-wrist. That's the wrist. And then our thumb and fingers. Okay. And now we're going to come in here. We're just going to, nope. So everyone, when you're Q meshing and you see this, and see how it snaps right there, this is a very common thing for Q mesh because that snap is already in there. So instead of going through and trying to find the settings and change the settings, what I do is I come over and I go to extrude and I do my first extrude. instantly go back to QMesh before you touch anything else, because Extrude does some weird stuff. And so here, let's actually move her over a little more. Somehow I moved her over. Da-da-da-da. Try to get there. Okay. So that's fine. If you want to line a bunch of points up, there we go. Bring it over, hold down Alt, it selects only the points that you want. Boom. And you see the rest of everything's masked. Go W. And you see how this is lined up. All I do is grab my rectangle and drag it a few times. And that brings everything flush. So that's an easy way of getting everything there. Now, because this is moved, I'm going to just flip this. Now those points are welded, and I'm going to bring that out. All right. And so now, once again, QMesh, going to bring it, and tap, 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 tap. That is to the breast. That's the breast line. That's the rib line. Hip peak, hip trench. And these are just going to come to center. And now that is actual hip, leg, leg. And so we're going to, stop it. We're going to make this groin. So that's the crotch. That's the thigh and the beginning of the thigh. Once again, these are now out of line. Hold that, tap it, come up here, hold down Alt and tap. Oh, have to have W on. Just tap this face because we know that's the center line. So now here again, I'm going to do this. Whoa, everybody calm down. And get it there. So now I know my center line is true. Cock it up a little. Get my ZModeler. And mid thigh, knee. Okay. And so now yet again, I'm going to come in. And under normal circumstances, you're going to want something that has a little bit better contrast so you can see it very clearly. Knee, knee, thigh, calf P, calf P, calf, ankle, ankle, heel, foot. She's up on her toes, but I'm just going to do it flat for now. Okay, so we have this rough silhouette, right? And from here, we can mirror and weld. Oop. We have local symmetry on. We want to mirror first and then mirror and weld. Okay, so now we have our rough silhouette, right? And so from here, honestly, I wouldn't do a whole lot. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to, let's remove these real quick. And we're going to give it a rough move. Right, we'll bring the peak of the head out just a touch. We'll move, no, symmetry's not on. Move the back of the head out, back, waist, butt, knee, right? Yeah. Hips, thighs, knee, calves, ankles, and knees. All right. So that is a very quick and rough shape. And now let us do abdomen, chest, neck, face. All right. So that's very fast silhouette. And then her foot's as well. Mm, 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 mm. She has a weird little bubble. Oops. Stop that. All right. So rough block up, right? And oh no. Move. Mm, 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 mm. Shoulders right back. Okay. That's pretty close. Right? But see, now I have my positioning and my silhouettes closer than you did. Now, the other thing I'd probably do here is I would throw a line in here. Just, just so you can have a move. Just so you can actually have a crotch. Okay. And now divide it up. Where are we at? Yeah, we don't need 55 billion. And now I'm gonna lower my res one more time. That's in 3.4 million res. So now you can start to use your other references as sort of where you're going with it, right? So this is our front. Turn all this off. And now come in. What is that? Oh, yeah, no, that's not play tubes. Come in and start to actually give it its sculpt, right? So you have that coming in, and you have your back muscles, your breasts, your rib cage, which is sort of a balloon. Let's look at what they're doing in the back. They're just keeping it round and doing that. So that comes up and in. This is a rough shape of that. Up into the neck. And I'm obviously not being super careful here, but I just want you to kind of get the feeling of how quick it goes if you can understand the silhouette. Because if you understand the silhouette, it's just putting stuff in and rounding it at that point, right? It's got a little skinny neck. Fade, pokey face. Big old bubble forehead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Little cylinder biceps.
Riz wants to know what the difference between your clay buildup 1 and clay build brush is.
In my menu?
Yeah, I haven't noticed that there's 2 clay builds.
No, I mean, I have clay in there. TW clay, clay buildup, SK clay fill, and TW clay tubes. If you're going through like my brushes from my from the folder, it could just be an older version of it that I haven't edited out, maybe. If you're looking at the folder, if you're looking at my menu, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Puffy forearms into your wrists. And so you can see here, you're just coming in and kind of getting your stuff in the right place. So your hip pumps. You have your rib hump and then your belly. And then your groin. Your thighs. Knee. Yeah. Right, and you can see that that's a much better place to start because you now have your distances and stuff. I obviously didn't spend very much time on this to actually get things where they needed to be, but I think that this gives you a slightly kind of better idea about how to go about it as a solid instead of trying to break it into parts, because I don't know that you have the anatomic knowledge to pull it off that way. Where this way, at least you can work off of the image silhouettes and you're referencing and kind of get everything into place. And really, once things are in place, it is literally just rounding things off, right? So I think this is probably a slightly better way of starting for you. Because it'll let you get at least in the rough area before you start. And then let's nice, just lower your res some, smooth this out. Higher res, smooth it out. Higher res, smooth it out. And see, you can see you have sort of a nice sculpting base off of that. Does that make sense? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, the only reason I'm seeing here, you might have to retopologize because of the hands and the ears, but maybe not. Honestly, I mean, this is a very simple form. Hey, Gadcore, how's it going? So does that make sense? Hit me on my nose. My nose is itchy. So I think this is a far easier place to start if you don't know, like if you're just starting out. And try to find a picture of this from straight on. If it's your friend, have them, take it straight on so you can work on it. Because when you get into this weird little thing sitting on your model, right, you're going to struggle with your form here because, see, you're already trying to put muscles and shape in here. There are no muscles in there. It's very, very subtle, right? So instead of trying to do this sculpting, I would try to get it to be, because see, you don't have a rib cage in here, right? This, you're not working on the silhouette here. You're trying to figure out the part separately, as opposed to looking at the silhouette and using that as your structure. Yeah, no, that's how I start everything. I do everything from, 90% of what I do starts exactly like that. I just make super, super, super simple super, super simple base models. Well, I would ask Mark if you can get, a perfect side view and a perfect back and a perfect front, so you can try to use it. If he has that model, it's very easy for him to produce an image from front and side. So I would ask for front, side, and back. And honestly, I'd ask for top and bottom just so you can see displacements and stuff. But if he has the model, it takes him 3 minutes to take screenshots from the straight sides, and I think that'll help you a lot, because you're just getting lost in your own process here, right? You're like, okay, there's a knee here and this there, but if you notice, like, your knees are knocked in and you see what I mean? So I think that starting with these images, starting with a good solid image, front, back, and side, I think that'll help you and just say, hey, look, I'm trying to practice this, and I don't see where they should have any issues with you doing that. Because that's the way to learn, is copy, right? Because then you have something to judge off of. You're like, does my thing look like that? Yes or no, right? So I would say that's your best bet. Okay. Any questions? Yeah, of course. Okay, so now we are going to, which one?
And Anthony.
Is that this one?
Torso, it's the ZPR.
Yeah, it's not. I'm assuming it's this one, torso.
Gotta be.
Gotta be. All right. So it's actually not looking bad. Your armpit's a little weird. And don't feel bad, because everyone screws up the armpits. I don't know why. It's tough. So you got to remember that the order in which these are laying, right? So the bicep goes. Oh, that's not clay tubes. That's why. The bicep. I would say, first of all, your arms are a little too close to the body right now, because this bicep here, didn't I have sword on? Yeah, where'd it go? See, it hides its control bar sometimes. It lies. It's a liar. All right. So what we have to remember, right? Rib cage is doing this. clavicle is doing that. Your deltoids are sitting up and out off of that. And your bicep is attaching up here. And so this is sort of how your bicep sits in your torso, right? And you see how far in this is? So you got to remember that your shoulder bone's sort of like right here. So even if it's going down straight, you can see that you're a little bit too far in for that to work. And that is making your deltoid really flat and your pec really flat. So all right. So directionality. Well, okay, first of all, this big deep trench here, I know I just created it, but you made it. That doesn't exist. Okay, there are a handful of people that you can see through their armpits, but not many. Let's just kind of get that back. So what's happening? Your striatus are coming in, and then your lat is here. That's back behind the armpit. These sort of come in here. So you're pretty close here, right? In your rib cage. All right. So you're pretty close there. Not bad. But the lat crosses over back here. And that's why you can't see behind people's armpits or through people's armpits, right? That cuts back under this, there, and there. So our delt rides a little higher. And it's hard to get your arms to sit that straight, right? Because your bicep is actually coming up and connecting in here. So that's going under. That's sort of going over, and that's going under. And then you have your other pec in there. So this, and I know I'm simplifying this stuff, so once again, it's kind of going under there. There. This is probably deeper here. Let's see, by connecting all of this, you've made your anatomy much harder. That comes out of here. True. Your delt sort of coming over here. And your bicep is coming and under this stuff. Your tricep is what gives you that shape. And then this coming here. These are actually out here. Right, your arms very rarely hang straight down. So you can see how you crowded this up a little. So let's look at our other anatomy book so you can see. Stop. See how much space you have in the, you can't see me pointing. Come on. Right, you see even here. So let us go to a good front. Okay. This you can start to see. So you see how flat your was, but this all comes back up and under this stuff here. So that's what you really have to pay attention to when you're trying to do your torso. And that's why I think that by having your arms there first, and I've even pulled these out, right? Yours were even closer. I think that having them connected right now makes this more difficult, and having it being straight down makes it harder for you to understand what's going on. So if you are practicing the torso, that's why I think the A pose is sort of a very good neutral. And so let us take this. W will come up here. I'm going to rock this out. It's a little easier to deal with because you can open the armpit up so you can start to understand what's going on there. So you see we've raised the shoulders up a little because you had very droopy shoulders. And I'm just going to pull this up in here for right now. All right. Let us... No, that's not bad. Why is smooth stronger not selected? Did I reboot here sometime that I didn't know about? Okay. So don't do it where it's connected. Start practicing where you can get the space in these. So let's approach this a little bit more constructionist. Right. So you have your rib cage. Mm-hmm. And then you have, let's bring your bicep in here. Let's give you a little bit of a lat to begin with so we know what to tuck under. All right. And now we're going to bring our bicep in. It sort of rolls out. So that's going up and in, right? And I'm trying to keep these shapes simple. So once again, that's not what that looks like. I'm just trying to get you to understand what's happening with the planes. It's coming out. Bicep. Because this is attaching up here. It's attaching to the back tip of the scapula. And so we're there. So then you have your pec that is in front of this. And it's diving up under there. So shape 1, shape 2, and then shape 3. Right. So this isn't great anatomy, but I want you to see that process. That's coming up and connecting up inside. This is coming between them, and this is setting on top. Right? And this is overly simplified, blah, blah, blah. But that transition space is very important. And now your rib cage is here. And then and a lot of people sort of do that. And then here, let's move this dramatically. And you'll see this, right? That gap in the armpit. That doesn't really, it's very rare that you're going to see that. I mean, maybe someone who has severe anorexia or something. But because the lat is coming over this muscle, right? Your biceps coming up here and connecting. Your tricep is sort of doing that. And then your lat does that. And I know this is all wonky because I just drag that instead of cutting it. But my point is that the lat is what's actually closing the armpit. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Slightly an angle. That bicep's really fat going in, but does that make sense? No, there shouldn't be. You have this book, you find it hard to sculpt off of? Oh my gosh. I think it's like, I think it breaks it down into such easy forms. Like, especially when you get, like, if you're just trying to learn, these are the shapes you need to pay attention to. Give us our plane. Come on. Come on. Like when they start breaking it down into this stuff, this is the stuff you kind of need to pay attention to because it's breaking these out into planes. And this is really how you need to start thinking about your initial block ups and stuff is simplify, simplify, simplify. Think about it in this sort of idea, right? And you can see this is your rib cage, pecs, your deltoid, your bicep. And they have it broken down, right? You can see here the bicep is coming up and under the pec. This is your lat. Striatus are coming off your rib cage, but let's face it, not a lot of people have really defined striatus. You know, these are invaluable, how they're broken up in planes. And I always try to, like, this stuff, when you're just trying to learn, is the stuff you really need to see. Where are you? No, keep going. And this is an early one, so the new ones have a lot more of the plain breakout stuff, but here they're still drawing on the torso a little more. Well, everything's drawn on the torso, so that's nice. But like this stuff right here, this is what you want to start paying attention to and thinking about, because these are the base shapes, right? It's not the anatomy, it's what you see on the surface. Until you can break it out into forms like this, until you understand what it is that is making the anatomy, you're going to have a hard time with anatomy. And everyone does. I mean, it's tricky stuff because, hold on, come on, give it to me here. Like this stuff, as a sculptor, this is what you need to understand. It's how the planes work, not how the anatomy works. Because you start looking at some of the anatomy in the face and things like that, and it's really confusing. But when you understand it's a cylinder with a ridge that goes to a flat plane, and then you can see you pop your cylinder in it, and then you put the meat around the cylinder, and then you round everything off. I mean, you know, this is my throat's dry, sorry guys. Like, this is the stuff that you need to understand, right? It's not flat, it's a cone. You know, it's, you know, how do the lips work? There's a muscle here. This is fatty tissue. So that's how you get that half round, and you get the little like connective tissue that's going around the lip, right? And so these are the shapes and forms that will allow you to then understand what's happening in a picture. So I think that why I like these books a lot is that, and the other thing that I like about these books is they actually break this out on a human body. So it's directly relative, and you can see it in the photo without the breakout of how this is all happening. But you can see the bicep really is sort of just this big cylinder that's going up inside there. This is the lat. It's sitting in front of that, right? Dun, dun. Striatus, your hip, your pec. And so I just think this breaks it out into simple forms that are easy to understand if you start to understand what you're looking for, if that makes any sense. Because a lot of anatomy books aren't actually drawing on the body, and I think these are a really good reference for that. And they go through and break down, you know, the leg muscles and the arms and all of that. And these are all from scans. But I think these are really good because you're seeing the surface structures, not, oh, you know, this is the sphenolinal, that's a slavoflat, you know. But they really show you the simple forms and shapes, and I think that makes this nice. I think, like, this stuff, like, I don't know if you've seen Bridgeman's constructive anatomy. I think that this is someone who learned from Bridgeman, because a lot of this stuff, this plain breakout stuff, is Bridgeman construction stuff. But they made it with human bodies, because Bridgeman's a little, he's a little heroic proportions. You know, it's more like comic art than Baphomet. Yay, Baphomet. I need to upgrade my Wacom software. It's starting to act goofy. So I don't know if you all know who Bridgeman is. This is Bridgeman. Let's go to images. And I think you can see that they you know, this book was very inspired by this guy Bridgeman. But it's things like this that I think are, for sculptors, incredibly important. And that is, how do you understand the blocked out form, not the detailed anatomy, right? Let me see if, come on. Right, things like this. This is someone drawing Bridgeman. You really just gotta be a pain in the butt. Let's just do Bridgman in there. Here, this is the good stuff. Right, you can see how he's breaking it out in base shapes. And once you understand these base shapes, you can then worry about anatomy, right? But, you know, what are the forms? And I think learning the forms is so much more important than learning the anatomy, the specifics of the anatomy in the beginning, right? You can see that this is connecting to this bone. This is connecting to this bone. He's breaking it out. But what I like about it is breaking it out in planes, right? So you're seeing the planes. And once you understand the planes and the blockout, right? See how this is super simple? But once you understand how those shapes and forms are working, you can then come in and figure out, you know, where the anatomy is. Like, you know, center of balance. He goes through a lot of this stuff. Bridgman's great. But you can see how it's sort of heroic, sort of not really necessarily realism. This is someone else doing Bridgman, but you can see how if you understand the form, you can start to understand the shapes. And that's why I like those books, because they break it up into these base forms. Yeah, see here, like, you have a hump, your biceps. These come, you can see the crossover here of how these muscles are crossing over in the knee, which gives you these two muscles, and then your bicep or your calf, and these are connective tendons. So there's a lot of empty airspace under here, or subcutaneous fat area, where there's not muscle, it's mostly tendons crossing over. And, you know, that gives you the back of the knee, which is a bump, two stems, you know. So I think that trying to learn an anatomy sort of like this is going to be a quicker way if you're a sculptor, right? Here, sort of the hands, right? You have the nub, the square, the knuckles coming out, boom, 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 boom. And if you can break it down and understand that, then you can easily sculpt it, right? Okay, enough of that. So yeah, I would say just, you're close. It wasn't far off. It's just sort of learning where those forms are sitting. Ja? All right. Who's next?
All right, you're right. The 3 OBJs.
These.
Yep, and he's on the line with you.
Now my question is, did I download these wrong? Because we have this one, we have this one, and then we have this one, and those don't look like they're changing. So I'm wondering if I downloaded.
But you have merged moved, which is the second one, and merged original, which is the first one. The third one should be Venom.
Oh, I have merged moved again. So I did. Okay, so hold on. Let's import Venom.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
I can.
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on, we're
How are you?
importing the third one.
Yeah.
My nose itchy. My allergies are just like, wah! And then I can't tell if it's just me being itchy or something bit me. I'm like, meh. I'm not picking my nose, I'm itching it. It's itchy. Okay, so there's Venom. All right, so let's start with these guys first.
Okay, so I have just one question with the chests.
Mm-hmm.
That is that I made this with just basic forms like cubes
Mm-hmm.
and trying to like hard surface modeling in ZBrush.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I was done with this one, I tried to like just give it a little bit of
Character.
shape, just
Sure.
yeah, character. So then I merge it all and like move it a little bit. But then like, how do I go from the other one to something that I can use in a game? Because this one, since it's all unmerged, like I can just UV it with the UV master,
Mm-hmm.
but the other one I can't since I moved it. And when I go back to the first subdivision level, it's just a box again.
Um, I have absolutely no clue. I don't know. I don't make game assets. I'm making stuff. But what we can do is, Eric would probably know.
I mean,
Um,
I just don't wanna. I don't wanna do retopology. How would you go about that?
So
that's what I'm saying. I have
I
no.
think I have the
Okay.
answer. If you merge them all together without dynameshing or remesh by union, any of that, do your posing, change it however you want, split to parts, so long as the quad count or the point count of the subtool is still divisible by 4, you haven't changed its topology, you can recreate subdivisions with just a click of a button. So merge them together, pose, split to parts,
Wait, but
recreate subdivision.
I cannot pose though since
Well, this is
when
posed, is it not?
no, I just merge it and subdivide it.
Well, it has a different pose. There's
Yeah, but
that one.
I, I mean, if the question is if I did it with a Transpose Master, I didn't do it with that.
No.
I just merged it. Like, so this one, it had all the split parts, like
Mhm.
everything is splitted,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just merge visible, and then give me the other one. So I subdivided that one and moved it a little bit.
All right. So this one's subdivided. Is the point?
Yeah, that one is merged and subdivided. The other
But it's
ones
still
are
a quad model. Why wouldn't it UV out? Right? I mean, you
so
didn't dynamesh anything. It's all still quads, right?
yeah, exactly. But how? So I would have to go to like to the second or third subdivision level because in the first subdivision, it's the shape changes. Like it just goes back to being a norm the first chest if
Can
I
you
go to
just
the
delete
first
lower?
level. But then I would have like 4 million quads, and it
Then
doesn't
you
work.
recreate your subdivisions.
How do you go down though?
The recreate subdivision button recreates a lower subdivision.
Okay, I have no idea where that button lies.
Okay. So here, let's do this on something simple. New folder. Enter. Split to similar parts. How's that? Because if we split this parts, it's going to be like 400, isn't it?
Well, you imported an OBJ, so I don't know if it's going to have parts at all.
Oh, here, auto group.
It might.
Of course it has part. Okay, so we've auto grouped it, split to similar parts. But I always thought the whole point of UVing was that you could take the model that is 12 million and turn it into whatever. I know absolutely nothing about doing any of this. I don't do it. You know, I'm sculpting for manufacturing, not.
So basically, the idea is just to have as low poly count as you can, and then UV it. So
Right, but I mean, how do you get sculpted, like high-res sculpted detail into a UV if it's not?
You bake it. So you have a low resolution model and your high resolution model, and
Okay.
then so you use paint on top of the low resolution model, and you like bake the normals from the high one.
Okay, so
you're basically just lying to the engine.
okay, so this is your high resolution model because it's at 2 million. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have this model. We're just going to drag this out. I just needed something to work with. And then we're going to duplicate it. And then, well, you start it with a low res model, right? That's...
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Let's just remesh this real quick.
Try and just click recreate subdivision.
So exactly, because the problem it's gonna be with the other ones that I spend a lot of time.
Well, here you go. Well, I didn't realize this was divided. So here you go, right here. So now we've taken this down to...
Can you pull the menu on the left up because it's hidden behind your head so he can see that button?
It's not on the left. It's down here on the right in my menu.
I looked in the wrong place.
I don't know where.
Oh. Yeah.
I have it pulled out. Okay, hold on. Let me... where is it? Control... It is in Geometry Reconstruct Subdivision. So if you go into Geometry... Slide this up. Is it above my head now? I think it is. So this is your Geometry tab. And Reconstruct Subdivision is right here.
Okay.
So if you'll notice, I took this 2 million poly model. And because you had divided it up, right? This model right here has no subdivision levels, right? It is 2 million polys and you've sculpted on it, right? There is no lower and high. But since you took this model and divided it, and once you started sculpting on it or whatever you did to get it, you merged them all together. So when you merged it, you merged them all basically to the highest or whatever was visible, right? Whatever subdivision you were on, it merged everything, and now you only have this subdivision. So here, I'm going to delete this real quick. So this is your base model. All you do, duplicate. And I'm just duplicating it so you could see, right? And now I have Reconstruct Subdivision over here, but it's also right here. And so you just hit it. And as you notice, we just went to 673,000. It's really annoying. And I keep hitting this, and you can see that it takes us all the way back to our lowest subdivision. Come on. And do you have another one, or is this as low as you went? Okay. And so now, see higher res? So now you have all of your subdivisions. Right?
So I can only hit that button since I did have subdivisions levels before, right?
Yes.
Well,
if you did this with the Dynamesh, this would not work.
Perfect. Okay.
Unless you subdivided that Dynamesh.
Right. You could go down to a different level of Dynamesh.
Yeah. So did that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Eric just taught me that like last week.
Oh yeah, I didn't understand the question. That's what I'm saying. I don't even understand what we're talking about. If it was how do I reconstruct subdivision levels, I would say that. But I didn't. You put it in the world of UVs, and I don't know. What do I know? I don't do it.
I still will have to hit the reconstruct subdivisions levels on each of the parts that I had.
Yeah.
Which is like
Yes.
20.
I don't believe it will work if you do it while they're merged.
No,
But
because
Yeah.
they're well, because it's not remembering the individual parts. So, like if you are on different subdivision levels, when you transferred it, well, here, let's just see. No, hold on. So merged original, right? Now, does this one have subdivision levels? No. So we have this part. It has no subdivision levels, and it's all one thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what it does. Reconstruct subdivision. Mesh contains triangles, operation canceled. So something in here is a Dynamesh.
The skull, probably.
No, because we just redid the skull.
Yeah, so I don't know.
No, there's a triangle. No, that's a quad. So there's something in here that is that's a Dynamesh. One of those parts is, but I wish I could figure out what it was. Let's look. I don't really see anything that looks like a Dynamesh. Are you? I mean, the skull is the... But that's a quad. Where'd you go? Right, this is a quad model because look at how this is stretching. If that were Dynamesh, it would be triangle. But maybe it's because this... Well, no, because we just did the skull. Don't know.
it was recommended in chat or suggested that there is no lower subdiv for the chain. That's as low as it gets.
That could be it too. Yeah, so you'd probably have to go back and redo them. But I mean, figured that's even if
The
it's a
whole
half
idea is to
hour,
let
it's
you
a
work
half
on it.
hour. I mean, that's nothing,
But I still don't understand why you merged them all just to subdivide.
He didn't. He merged them all together to pose it.
Exactly. So
Okay.
this
got
is the original chess, and I wanted to give it a little bit of characters, like moving this part, making this part bigger.
Well, there is. Now, hold on. I think they've incorporated it into this now. Hold on. So if we have... Let's turn everyone on here. Let's turn you off, you off, you off. Come down here, and we're going to turn you off. So this is our thing, and everyone's there. So now let's go to Subtool Master. And... multi-append. So there used to be Henry, do me a favor. Remind me to ask Paul where that feature is. So there's a feature in Subtool Master, if I'm not mistaken, that you can have everything open. Oh, okay, hold on. We have all this over here. Multi-append, multi-insert, fill, inverse vision, scale, do visible, show hide, array to mesh, nano to mesh, open, close. Okay, so it's not that. There is it Transpose Master?
Transpose Master.
Henry, what you're talking there, like I don't know if I'm not explaining myself correctly, or I don't know, because I am merging to pose.
Right.
Yeah,
My
But
point
that's what
is this, is that there is a plugin, and it might be
But-
one that I purchased, I can't remember. There's a plugin where you can push the button and it's almost like move everything, right? I mean, well, why can't you just do that? Hold on. Oh, because that only works with Transpose, does it?
the thing is, people are here saying to use the Transpose Master, but the thing is, it's such a low poly count that you cannot move it at all.
Right.
That's why.
So there is a plugin that allows you to move like a low poly base model, and then it comes back and moves everything to it. And it's been so long, I can't remember. And I can't remember if it's part of ZBrush or if it is part of a different plugin. But do remember that with the new version of ZBrush, the focal shift changes. And so now with Transpose Master, or even with Gizmo, you can have everything on, right? And then you can change your focal shift and it'll slowly distort. Remember when he was making the head bigger and he was swirling the hands in that demo? That is going to be in the next release. So that might be able to do some of the simple distorted posing, and then it takes everything else and makes it match. So that could be an answer. But yeah, I'm not sure when they're releasing it. It should be fairly soon, but I assume it'll be before the end of the year. That might solve that problem for you.
Okay.
Because then I think you can use the pizza boxes and then do a distortion, but you can control the distortion a lot better with that fall off or with the focal shift. I think. If I remember the demo, I can't. It wasn't one of the tools that I was playing with, so. And then so let's come back to this one. We gave you a solution. You can break it into parts and do it each one. And yes, that's going to take, 20, 30 minutes. But at the end of the day, what's 20, 30 minutes? Honestly.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, I want to push a button. Well, I want $1 billion, but put one in one hand. You know how it goes. Alrighty.
Okay, so this one you already saw it when I was first working on it.
Mhm.
and You told me how to do I still don't know how to call it. The things on the head and the face.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. I came back with it done and see if you think it's okay or.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. Like I said, I would still try to refine this lip a little more. Where this, because, even in, let's say, that spawn transition, it doesn't just change, I would have this, kind of turn into something, if that makes any sense, right? Because it is a transformation, right? So just have that, something going on there. Yeah, no, it's looking good. And I don't know, were you here earlier? Did you
How
see the
much
noise brush stuff?
earlier? No.
All right, so I didn't know this was here. And when they showed the demos for the new changes in the next one, they did some stuff with this that's actually really cool. But there's, you have the noise thing over here in your tools, right?
Yeah.
Under surface noise, all this. Well, there's also one under your brush. And So let's go to noise, and I'm going to add an alpha, and let's go to downloads, and let's go to pictures so I can see a picture. All right. Here, let's use this. Almost relevant, right? And so now I'm going to strengthen. There it is. There we go. No. Noise scale. Management. Remit. Alpha scale. Smaller. Push. Negative. Less aggressive. Okay. So this is sort of kind of a similar feel, you know, that tindly sort of thing. And so now I'm going to just go, okay. And so you notice it, no, we're saving. Hold on. So you'll notice that now, instead of just applying it everywhere, you can come in. Oops, let's turn that down. We want play to. And no, noise. Turn on. There we go. So instead of applying alphas and stuff, now the other cool thing about this is in the new version, it's going to become camera sensitive, so you never get the side stretchy lines like this, right? See how that's the side and it's just turning into that long stretch. The new version, in the demo they showed this, the new version, whatever camera is the front, so you can just rock it around and make the textures. But I think that especially for things like this, right, you can come in and you can apply these textures by brushing them on. And I think that this is another good way for you to experiment with layering some texture. Not saying that what you have isn't right. I was just showing, I wanted to show you this because I was showing you texturing the other day, and I just discovered this.
No,
And
this is amazing.
right. And the other thing that's cool about the new one is that it's also pressure sensitive, in the sense of if I do it small or do it soft, it's small. And as you do it bigger, the pattern actually gets bigger. So you can really come in and do like some nice subtle weirdnesses. And so I just thought you might like this because I didn't know that was there. It's been there forever. And then when they showed the new one, I couldn't get it to work, right? Because I kept pushing this button and it doesn't work that way. So this, I just think this is awesome. And especially for stuff like this, you know, you can really do some interesting things.
So but the photo you're using for the noise isn't even an alpha, right? It's just random picture from Google.
Yeah, it's just a black and white picture.
Oh, it is an alpha then. Okay, I thought it was.
Well, I don't know that it is an alpha. Where's my noise window? Oh, edit. Yeah, let's turn this off. Oh. Let's go back and look. Because like these are alphas, right? And then.
Yeah. But I thought the one you picked, it was like yellowish.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Yeah, there it
didn't
is.
Look like an alpha.
No, actually, that's a photograph of interior of bone. That's the mesh inside bone. So that's a photograph.
Oh.
And, you know, let's pick that one. change the scale a little.
I learned all the cool brushes from you.
Hey, I just learned this the other day. I was blown away. I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, how come I didn't know about that? And they're like, because you're a dork. I'm like, all right, I'll accept that. Push OK. And like you laid that first texture in, you know, and now you kind of smooth that out and then come in and lay the next texture on it. And what's nice is it's not wiping it out. It's just how much you're brushing over, right?
That's so cool.
And like I said, in the new version, it changes scale as well. So cool. So something to think about, you know, just as far as like finding something that's a similar form that you have here, and then just coming back in and just like in the future, you know, you can come in and literally just sort of stroke some of this stuff in so it's not just sitting on the surface, you know.
Yeah.
Something to think about. I just thought you'd like that because it's so cool.
I did. Yeah, I'm gonna start using that one.
Yeah. And what's nice is because you're using it as weird subtextures, they don't have to be great alphas. You know, it just has to be a texture.
Yep.
No, I like where you're going with it, without a doubt. It is looking a good. Not after what I did to it, but you know what I mean. I think you're definitely there. Getting there, for sure.
So is there like anything?
Well, I
you would
think,
change,
like I
or-
said, I think the real issue is that lip area, and then somehow transitioning that interior of the mouth to look like it's converting over, not just so it doesn't just soft end, if that makes any sense. Right, you know, somehow get you know, maybe this turns into, and obviously I'm just doing this very simply, you know. Lip comes around and look, it's applying that alpha to this brush. That's funny. So noise off. And those become some sort of transit, right? Where you have that transitioning in, it's not just ending. And whether those turn into, you know, something like that, where you're getting, you know, that stretching or whatever. And see how that feels like the skin is sort of meshing over as well.
Yeah.
So I would think about figuring something in this kind of concept. I'm not saying this is what to do, but you know, you see how the lip is now sort of becoming something else. It's not just ending, it's literally, you know,
Like
transitioning. Yeah. That's the only thing I think.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, it looks better than I thought.
Yeah, no, it's looking great. All right. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you, Thomas.
Woo! Transpose Master, you can pose without losing subdiv. It's only.
I mean, he's saying that, but it didn't work for me. I used Transpose Master, and when I used it, when I click on it, it doesn't give me enough geometry to move it. But yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'd have to see it because I just did it on your model and it worked perfectly.
Did you do it on the low resolution one or on the other one? Because in the other one works, but it won't work on the low resolution one because the Transpose Master, the only thing it does is merge them all together, and then you can pose it, and then you can go back to all separate pieces. But if it doesn't have enough geometry, you won't be able to pose it. That's the thing.
Words.
So I took your merged original file.
Okay, hold on.
Split it.
Hold on. Let's do it. Load tool. Oh, are these STLs or OBJs? Hold on.
OBJ.
Import. No, what did I just do? Close that. Import. Add that. Oh. Download. Can't even think. 10. Merged original. Because we don't want it moved, right? So we want merged original.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Something that's just freaking my allergies. Why is it taking so long? Am I going to crash? Close program. I'm not waiting for that nonsense. You're ZBrush. ZBrush. Yeah. Import. Merged original. Come on, it's not that big. What are you? I'm getting impatient, obviously. There.
I mean, it's past 2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there we go. All right.
Okay, so this one on my ZBrush, I have every part split, and
Split to parts.
They all have, split apart, and they all have their 5, 6 subdivision levels.
Right.
So split to parts, just pick the skull and recreate the subdivisions on that.
Right.
So
what he's saying is that
it worked on my end, but not on yours because I don't have lower subdivisions on all the rest of the subtools. Okay.
Yeah, no matter what, unless I can remember what that thing is.
Remember what thing is?
Well, because he's talking about posing it all at once.
Yeah, We were here to do my experiment, which was Transpose
Yeah.
Master.
Okay, so you want me to split this all to parts, right?
No, because we just figured out why it's working for me, but it wouldn't work for.
Okay.
We did figure it out?
Yes, because I only recreated subdivisions for the skull. Everything else I did not recreate subdivisions for because I just wanted to see if Transpose Master would give me back subdivisions after merging, posing, and then splitting
Oh,
apart again.
it
Well, yeah.
does. But
It does.
we're back to the same issue. How do you move the rest of the model?
Right. So really what we need is your ZTL.
What we need is your ZTL, yeah.
Okay.
But not right now. It's
Yeah.
2:11
It's
in the
just
morning.
it will take a long time to.
We'll upload your ZTL next time, and Henry's going to remind me to ask Paul the thing that I'm thinking. All right. 2 o'clock. Unwrapping the hand. Ooh, look at that. Cha. Oh. My room is like 150 degrees now with this light. Okay, doke. For those of you on YouTube, please hit subscribe and is it follow or join? I always get confused which ones are which. And then hit the little bell down there if you want to be reminded. If you have any questions on YouTube, you can also leave questions in the comments section, and I or someone else more knowledgeable can answer that question. I will be here for the next 2 weeks at least. I'm thinking about taking at least the first half of December off so I can have sort of an uninterrupted packing as I move down to LA, and then I'll come back on. But we'll see how I feel about how stressed I am about packing, and I'm stressed about packing. So yeah. And then packing freaks me out. I lose something important every time I pack and move. And it gives me ulcers. My OCD, see, I'm already loop reasoning over packing. Okay, enough packing information. Thank you, ZBrush. If you don't have ZBrush, go try ZBrush for 30 days. You can download a sample. You can download Core Mini so you can play with it and get used to the environment and the tools. And we actually have videos on how to use Core Mini. If you're interested in doing it for free, we can give you a little bit of tutorial stuff on that. Eric has made some wonderful... Oh, what are you doing? All right, Google it. What am I thinking?
How much is ZBrush?
What ZBrush?
How much is ZBrush?
I think it's right at $800 if I'm not mistaken.
Like $7.99, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And that's a complete bargain, man. I bought it 16 years ago for what? $480, something like that. And I've never paid for an upgrade since then. You can't beat it. It's ridiculous, honestly. I don't even know how they make money. It makes me just crazy.
I want that too. Yeah.
It's mind bending. That yeah, it just blows me away. Well worth it. Join us for ZBrush Jewelry Workshop if you want to learn how to do ZBrush for manufacturing. Oh yeah, join our Discord. That's a good one. No one's paid for an upgrade. They've never charged for upgrades. Let's see. Am I forgetting anything?
We do our own YouTube videos now.
Oh yeah, go to our YouTube channel and look at some of our YouTube videos. And we have plans for YouTube. But I need to move to LA and get everything set up, and yeah. All right. That's all I got. Thank you, Ulfer, and everyone at ZBrush for letting me do this. It's lovely. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I got. All right. Goodbye, kind and gentle folk. I will see you next week. And yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the participation.
For sure. Thanks, Tommy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Henry.
Ciao, ciao.
Have a great night.